Okay. So they are getting these massive jerky turkey sticks that are huge. Like, compare that to the size of my hand. It's huge. Damn. Now, normally I would break this in like half or thirds, but since we have multiple redemptions of puppy treats here, I'm going to just give a full stick to each of them. Nova, up. There you go, good girl. Aurora, up. Good girl.
So cute, poppers.
Oh, there we go.
All the dogs.
There we go. Okay. Is this how the VOD's starting? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fable Table, an actual play live stream focused on critical world building, burps, collaborative storytelling, and finding the fun in games. Joining me today are Millman, Travis, Eric, and Eric. Eric 1 and Eric 2. Eric 1 and Eric B. We got to figure out a way to differentiate you two.
One and A.
Eric and Eric.
1 and A. That's right. Alpha and Prime.
What was the South Park Markiplier? How do you differentiate each other? You just differentiate Markiplier. Oh, hello.
I vaguely remember that, but I haven't watched South Park in probably over a decade. So
yeah, they only used the word Markiplier to everything was named that. So they were like, "How do you differentiate?" And he's like, "Oh, let me show you. Hey, Markiplier. Yeah, you called or whatever. Markiplier."
Oh my god.
We'll just know.
Anyways.
All right. Well, today we are continuing our game, our one shot of Blades in the Dark by John Harper. Yeah, this is episode 5 of our one shot. I think this is going to be our fourth arc, which should be really fun. How's everyone doing today?
Doing pretty well. Just slightly older than I was last session, so there's that.
I feel that way too.
Happy birthday.
Oh, it was your birthday.
Yeah.
That wasn't a commentary on the passage of time and the weight of life. Okay, well, happy birthday.
Philosophical.
Good.
Yeah, 30 now.
Nice, very nice.
Doesn't feel that different.
Yeah. Wait, how old did you say?
33.
33. Yeah, I just turned 32 a month ago. And yeah, after 20 something, it just kind of stopped feeling different.
Yep.
Anyway,
I know I start second guessing myself more, what I am turning. It is 33, right? Yeah, 33. Okay.
Hey, let me count it back. Hold on.
I was born in 1990, so I just have to take the year and add 10 to it. I'm like, oh yeah, that old.
Yeah.
But I do have to think about it sometimes. Anyway, so last time you all helped out the Talon. Some friends of yours, particularly Garros' friend Belle, came to you all saying, yo, our war with the Black Hands is not going well, even though you helped get some of our people out of prison. Thanks for that. But some people have shown up and they're about to kick our ass. But it wasn't the Black Hands. It was, in fact, the Hive, who is led by a woman. Does anyone remember her name? I'll look at my notes. If you don't, that's fine.
Some reason in my head, all was Alawi from League of Legends. It was some shaman woman.
Have it right down. I did not write that down.
It was oh nope, that's not that. That's Bazo. That's a different leader. Maybe I just didn't write it down in my notes, but I know I have it written somewhere else.
The head of the Hive.
Yes, the head of the Hive had been dating Rorik, former leader of the Talon, and when Rorik was killed by Lissa, their current leader, Rorik wanted revenge on Lissa. So you all kind of helped facilitate the murder of Lissa, so that after throwing down with the Hive and doing surprisingly well, but taking a lot of damage. Yeah, so that kind of all got resolved. Basically, the Talon are shutting down. The Black Hands are at war with a no longer existing Talon, but you're kind of absorbing some of them into your group. into your crew. And on the way back, you all like were following some ghosts that were kind of like being drawn like mosquitoes to this some sort of antenna thing that you saw on the roof of a building. But when you got up there, it had been disassembled and removed, and you didn't quite follow up or figure out what was going on with that.
No trace of the person that did it.
That's what we closed on, right? Kind of basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So I'd like to go around the table as we start, and everyone identify one piece of unfinished business or something that your character like is actively concerned about. And I'd like it, if we can, be different from everyone else. Would anyone like to go first?
Sign me up. Lord Skurlock is who I was going to spend my downtime looking into things about. So find him a demon and potentially find us a mark in which we can go get that for him.
Okay. Nice.
As it's been a little bit of time, but he's patient. He's a long-lived entity for a long time. He knows these things take time.
Well, that's what it
But
seems.
not too patient.
That's what it seems, but a few, like a day or two later, after this last throwdown with the Hive, or at least the mercenaries that the Hive hired, you get a letter by Cypher. Once again, it's a ghost that shows up and is like, "Would you like to accept this possession so I may deliver a message?" A ghost like
Sure
leaps
do.
into your body. Like this time they don't write something down for you, but they like say it through your mouth, which is really strange because it's akin to this like ritual that y'all have been developing to basically do the same thing. But or no, that was a different thing, wasn't it? Did we abandon that one?
That's our power.
Oh yeah, you
that
can
we
speak
have.
through each other. That's right.
Yeah.
So this ghost messenger hops in your body and delivers a message, and it's like, I'm getting impatient. You promised me a compensatory powerful demon since you all fucked up my fighting ring. If you could so kindly please deliver at your earliest convenience. And there's like an underline. Well, this is through your mouth.
That's my last email.
It's a thumb line.
Yeah, it's a thumb line. Yeah, the ghost moves your arm and makes a slitting throat motion there. That would be much appreciated. Signed, Lord Skurlock. And the ghost is like, "Well, good luck with that," and like just leaves through your front door, like phasing right through
I
it.
tell him I might be joining you if there's an opening.
Well, we're always looking for talent, so here's my. Oh, right. Can't take my card.
But if I'm a ghost in the near future,
Yeah, just come find us.
Thank you.
Hey, as a fellow ghost, well, as a ghost in this scary town, where they still haven't figured out ghost rights, I was wondering. A bunch of my buddies have been disappearing. Part of the reason we're actively looking for talent right now is lots of people aren't showing up to work. You all seem like you're really involved with some spooky shit. Do you know what's going on?
I mean, we could take it on to investigate for you if you want. But you would want to talk to Quint probably about this, as he knows more about that than I do.
Who the hell is Quint?
I like walk one room down. Quint, knock on your door. Quint.
Look, I don't make really good wages, so if you're asking me to hire you all to investigate this, like, I mean, if a really good friend of mine disappeared, I might come knock on, fly through your door, but
your organization cares about this. So if we could present to your organization that we have solved this problem, I'm sure they would be compensatory to what we have found, or whatever it may be.
Look, the Ciphers, we are licensed and bound. A holy order, not holy. We are a proud order of people and ghosts sworn to secrecy of those who hire us and who count on us to deliver their messages. But if you think for 1 second that any of us aren't expendable, it's a business. They don't give a shit about us. Then there's plenty of ghosts trying to make their bones. Those of us who have jobs, the Rust Brothers, they don't fuck with us. Those who are, aren't contributing, They're the ones that get roughed up.
Fair. Just like as in life.
Well, yeah, and afterlife is what I'm telling you.
It's not great. Thanks for your time. Appreciate that. Quinn, do you have any questions for our Cypher friend here who is asking about the ghosts that have gone disappearing? Seems like they're not too keen on it.
No, I don't think I do have any questions. It is something that has happened, and I guess we shall investigate further. We'll do we contact him when we?
Yeah, what's your name? How do we find you?
The word that comes to mind is Wells.
Wells? Love it. Thank
Wells?
you.
Yeah,
Did he drop?
we're not supposed to give our real names, so you can just call me Wells.
Wells. Very well then. Accidentally made it.
Perfect.
Very Wells then. Yes, you can call me Very Wells then.
I regret my pun.
Me too. It was bad. All right, I got
I
other.
loved it.
I got other messages to deliver, and they want us to check in, and they're watching our activities. They got monitors on us sometimes, tracing us, checking up on our efficiencies. It's very corporate. Jesus Christ.
Did they trace you here?
What's that?
Did they trace you here?
Sometimes.
They knew where they were coming here.
The ciphers, they got some scries at home office. They inform our supervisors of what we're doing. I don't got time to explain all this to you. I gotta go. Bye. Thanks for choosing the ciphers for your message delivery service. And he flies away.
Did you choose
Well,
this?
that's exciting.
No, Lord Skurlock
no.
did, but
Yeah, I was gonna tell.
He's gotta
Lord
upsell.
Skurlock is getting impatient, and probably something I'm going to follow up on next.
Okay.
Let's get him a demon.
Yes. What are some other pieces of business that your characters or things that they want to work on? Who wants to go next?
You can go next. If you want to go, other Eric.
Go for it.
Eric. All right. So I've got one. With my fascination with my demon clock coming to about 2/3 of the way, I want to know more about our god, because obviously we're a weird cult of weird. I want to go and find something about Worm. I think it was Worm.
I'm sorry, what was that? I got distracted.
I know you did because you realized what I subbed.
Yes, I did.
So, with my obsession with the demons and coming close to finishing my demon star, I want to go and find more information about Worm and see if Worm has some information on a way for me to get this stronger demon.
Okay. Yes, the god worm who you all said you're a cult of, and we still haven't connected you all to in some way. That's okay. I have some plans for that. So yeah, you're following up on your demonology stuff. Excellent. What else? Eric, what does Severian want?
So at the end of last session, the end of 2 sessions ago, after the jailbreak, I received a mysterious letter with a constellation on it. And I assume it's probably got something to do with the veil. So I need to look into that and figure out what's going on with it.
Yes. Okay. Just gonna take a note here. Okay, and what about Quint, Travis?
Well, one of the things that Quentin was involved with, not by choice, was handled throughout last session with the tracking down of the ghost, the previous owner of our allies group. But now he's got this ritual that he learned. So I think a new little project of his that he's going to start is he wants to acquire a very accurate map of the city and start putting together where he should place some of these small constellation symbols
Right.
in key locations in case he wants to use this ritual in those locations.
Yeah. Did I ever copy paste you my notes on that?
No, you did not.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Sorry about that. Okay, cool. So, last time we already did payoff. We did upkeep, paying off crime lords. We did some XP. So now we're going to switch over to the entanglement and some downtime activities. Let me send this.
God.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm 2 points off another trauma, all right?
Over stress.
Cocaine and hookers. Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. This is not in a great format. Let me just screenshot it for you. Sorry, Quint. Okay. So your entanglement. One of your gangs or other cohorts causes trouble due to their flaws. You can lose face. Oh, we'll get to this in a second. So I think as Bell and the other members of the Talon who kind of join your crew, having lost their own base, their own, sources of income, you all have invited them to join your gang. And really, what does that look like to you all? How do you try and settle them in? What do you encourage them to do, keeping in mind that what they have been doing as Talon has been running little gambling dens, as well as running extortion rackets, so threatening businesses and people and holding them ransom, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of their skills, as being intimidating and thug-like and hosting little gambling halls. How do you all try and incorporate them into the crew and make them useful?
I don't know if Eric likes this, but I could see him getting them to work for him and recruiting all of the homeless to become a part of his demon organization. And instead of roughing everybody, they're doing charity work now. They're starting over a new leaf. They're running the soup kitchen to encourage the homeless to come and join this big corporation of demonized homeless people, and it's going to be hilarious because I can see a bunch of ex-cons just handing out soup.
They're doing community service.
Yeah. They're starting a new life.
Yeah, I think that's pretty funny, and I'll just pitch it to them as if they're same skills, just you're protecting the small person from the big person.
Gotcha, I see. Okay, so I have them listed on your crew sheet. Let me just pull this up so the stream can see what's going on. Okay, so we have our crew sheet here. We have Dana Fellwater is one of our experts. She's the ghost lady who was an admin assistant. You helped kill her husband who was cheating on her. And then we have Bell and Talon. I'll make them a gang.
Also, Jingle is probably not going to stay with us based on what has happened, and that could possibly be the entanglement, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So Jingle, based on his experience of you all killing Lissa last time, he is not interested in this.
Whoa, you all.
Okay, yeah.
He don't like me.
I mean, how the communion of the all-seeing eye handled that murder, he is not okay with. He is not interested in working with you. He doesn't quite have the stomach for this, at least not as iron of a stomach for this as Belle does. So, Belle's happy to work with you all. You've been friends with her, Garros, for a while, probably ever since you arrived in the city. Or got your freedom, but
yeah, she was nice to me when I first got here and get me setting up.
Yeah. So I have Bell and the Talon. I wrote that they are loyal. Particularly Bell is like, that was one of her qualities, and that I think will carry forward, especially given that she's one of your friends, like your good contact. And then she in particular can be unreliable. I'm also gonna list that they can be, I think it's brutal is one of the tags I can put for a flaw. I'm just gonna double check that really quick. I don't remember exactly what page this is on. 50? I'm just going to put brutal for now, but I'll look it up when I have a free moment. And then we can pick another edge. So maybe we should find this so you all can decide what the other edge is. Unreliable. Wow, there's a lot of examples of the word unreliable in this rule book.
I'll
Okay.
take unreliable other than untrustworthy.
It is not brutal, it is savage.
They are my people.
So their flaws: unreliable, the cohort isn't always available due to other obligations, stupefaction from vices, etc. And savage, the cohort is excessively violent and cruel, which is going to be very interesting as people who are being assigned to do community service. I listed that they're loyal, so they can't be bribed or turned against you, especially since you all like kind of save them in a bind. Other edges that they can have, and I'll let you all decide. They can be fearsome. They're terrifying in some aspect and reputation. That could easily fit with how I've described them. Independent. They can be trusted to make good decisions and act on their own initiative in the absence of direct orders. That means you don't have to command them what to do necessarily for them to be helpful. And tenacious. They won't be deterred from their task.
Sick.
I think independent because they come from another faction, basically, so they're used to their autonomy.
Yeah, I think particularly...
They're used to not taking orders from us.
Yeah, and Belle is a bit of a leader. She was kind of second in command, so she can take control of her folks. Though there aren't really many of them. There's probably only like three of them, maybe. Maybe two others, actually. Not many. Okay, so as they are going out and doing community service, they're like, I don't know, handing out food and supplies, asking people what they need help with, offering to grab demon cats out of trees. And one of them is trying to actively, it's not Belle. Belle's not this cruel. But one of them is like handing soup to a homeless man and asking to like, hey, would you be willing to, snitch on the cops and, tell us about other stuff that's going on, help out the all-seeing eye. And the homeless individual is like, no, I don't want anything to do with that. That doesn't sound safe. I'm just trying to get by. And he's like, come on, man, I gave you this soup. Like, you got to help us out. And he starts like roughing up the guy. And you find out about this as the dockers knock on your door and kind of toss a bruised up Talon member who was roughing up this homeless person. They are very upset that these new Talon members, or well, I guess they're not Talon anymore, but they call them that because they don't really know what else to call them. Feel free to correct them if you like, but they drop a bruised up Talon member on your doorstep and they're like, yo, your guys are apparently under orders to rough up some of the people living on the docks. What's going on with this? So the entanglement is... Oh, I've got it written down here.
Kick him in the shin. He needs another bruise.
One of your cohorts causes trouble due to their flaw. You can lose face and forfeit rep equal to your tier +1, or make an example of one of the gang members, or face reprisals from the wronged party. That's mechanically what is going on here.
Can we publicly flog him, please? I'll even put my mask on for it.
Oh my god. Flogging? This is getting kind of brutal, Millman.
But I think
no.
making an example of him, maybe.
I think making an example of him is, I think he would appreciate that too much. An example to be made is that you will be made to clean up our place and the docker's place, and you will do it without question, or you will no longer be part of our crew.
What the hell? I was just doing what you asked.
I did not ask you to rough anybody up. I did not ask you to be violent to anyone. I asked you to take care of people, and you will show me that you can take care of us and our friends, as I point to the doctor that's at the door, by cleaning up our place and theirs.
I don't know how you expect me to recruit people without... Fine.
It's an opportunity for improvement. Pray I give you more opportunities, or you can talk to them.
See the mask head flogging?
Give me Garros. I want some kind of check to like essentially not overdo it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in a sway kind of thing here. Unless you're wanting it more of to be a command that he has to do this. I'm more saying that, hey, come our way. We'll scratch your back. I'll scratch yours. You got to learn our ways. It's more of the way I would approach it, though, rather than like, you motherfucker, you're doing this, or I'm killing you. It's like I'm giving him two options.
Yeah.
Deal with me, or talk to my friends.
I think if it is sway, it's going to be risky limited, meaning it'll have reduced effect. But if it is command, it'll be risky standard.
Let's go with sway, even though it will be limited. So
Okay.
risky limited, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I'll crit this bitch. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Bonus dice none.
Or both Erics here.
4s.
Wow, 4 dice. Okay. Risky. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer harm. A complication occurs. You have reduced effect. You end up in a desperate position. You already have reduced effect, so
Yeah, let's pick one of those other
I think
ones.
things go badly. You suffer harm. A complication occurs. You end up in a desperate position. You lose this opportunity. So I think that he will do it. But the dude's heart kind of isn't going to be in serving you all for a while. Like, he's willing to help out because this is, going to be a form of income, but he's just going to be a very disgruntled employee, essentially. So cohorts can have a number of conditions, which are weak, impaired, broken, or they can have armor, apparently. I'm going to look at what each of these do. I think they affect their ability to roll dice depending on what you're asking them to do. So let me take a look at that really quickly. Cohorts are on page 90 something, I think. 96.
Basically, what you're telling me, Nick, is the only lesson he's learning is don't get caught.
Yeah, basically. Weakened means they have reduced effect. Impaired means they operate with reduced quality and take minus 1d. Broken, they can't do anything until they recover, and they can be dead. Those are the 4 conditions. I'm not sure what armor is. That must come from somewhere else. Anyway, I'm going to say that they are impaired because they have this disgruntled member of their team. So until that gets addressed, they're operating at minus 1d.
Fair.
Okay. The dockers seem satisfied enough with the help. They let the guy in and appreciate him cleaning up, though he doesn't do the greatest job. You hear through the grapevine from one of the dockers that in fact their leader, which I have a name for their leader now since they keep coming up, Helker, Helker. He is well, he's not their leader so much as he's like the most senior docker, and he's like, yeah, that guy did an okay job. But thanks for handling it. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. We don't want to see any of the people on the docks. You know, we have got a reputation to maintain of taking care of those people. We appreciate you helping us do that. Get out there and do some service. But that's just not what I was telling. They don't go about it the right way. Teach them the way of the docks.
You got it.
Okay. All right. So that's our entanglement. Let's shift over to downtime activities.
We have 2 more people with goals to do.
I thought we all talked about our
We need
We
objectives.
talked about 2 people.
Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
were the other 2?
Oh,
What about Eric and
yeah, I did mine.
Yeah, and I did mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good.
I don't even remember them. Did it happen or didn't it happen?
I
It's
must
all-
have blacked out.
Severian wants to follow up on the letter he received with the mark of Vale that he also has. Well, we know it is the mark of the god Vale. He doesn't know that, but it is a mark he has seen in the toilet stalls of the Vale, which is a bar that he,
Yep, I remember
his
that.
vice is a part of. And then Quint said that he wanted to follow up on his ritual stuff and make a
Oh,
map.
just so succinct.
Yes. No worries. Yeah, so I think we've covered all that. We've done our entanglement. Now it's just time for downtime activities. Severian, I'm going to give you an extra downtime activity, but you need to articulate what you were doing that was so important instead of helping out helping fight off the hive.
Sure. So I kind of had, one idea, maybe 2 ways. So essentially, it ties into following up with this letter. And the way that I thought I could do that was also, so it'll be, I guess maybe this would explain the 2 activities. I'm trying to follow up on this letter first by spending time at the Vale, but rather than going on a bender or whatever, I'm trying to track people, follow people. Basically, I want to train my insight while I'm there as well, and basically by surveying the place. So I'm kind of I put on my PI cap and sort of track who's coming, who's going, tail a couple of people, do things like that.
Nice. And you were an inspector for the church, so this is way in your wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
But I was never probably very good at it because I don't actually have any points in those. So this is me going through trial and error again because I haven't done it in a long time.
Okay.
I was more of talk my way, bribe my way in.
Okay. Is your training going to help improve this role?
Well, I would actually need. So I'm 2 points away. I would have to spend a coin, or I guess I'd have to do 2 training actions in order to get 1 point into survey.
Yeah, exactly. Which you could totally do. Don't forget, everyone.
Yeah.
You can spend a coin for extra downtime activities or to increase the level of result, the outcome level of a dice roll during a downtime activity.
So, yeah. So I think I'll do that then. I'll spend a coin, or if I'm getting 3, I'll just spend the second one to do 2 training sessions, and that could explain why it's gone for a week.
Yeah.
However much time passed. So then I'll mark that as
Perfect.
cleared and put a point into survey.
Awesome. Go ahead and spend. Oh no. Okay, so that's your first 2 actions, and then your third one is going to actually be surveying the place.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you receiving help from any of the crew's your contacts in doing this?
Oh yeah, that's right. So we had an occultist, Attican. So
Yeah.
I think I would try to get help from him or her. I don't think we've interacted with them yet.
No, I don't think we have.
Only slightly.
It's just that generic person in the background in every scene at the base.
So they are not a member of your crew, but they're just someone that actively works with your crew. Literally all the rule book says about them is that they're an occultist. I have written down that they're a corpse peddler.
That's amazing. I
Sounds great.
confirm this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
So like they like sell undead bodies and or prepare them for let's see, what was the name of that faction of the
They
church?
don't turn them into bikes.
No.
No.
No,
Yeah,
they
anyone?
they definitely
that?
don't. So they may have a day job working for the Morticia, like helping prepare bodies, like undead bodies with spices and embalmment. They run a crematorium to properly dispose of corpses that have decomposed far enough that they pollute the city. So keep in mind. So they create undead and then will sell them to binders who will or merchants as labor. So that's how one of the ways the church makes money and makes use of their undead, their necromancy magic. But you know him, outside of his day job, he is someone who like has told you like, hey, like, I work with you all well enough. Like if you ever need to know about like the gods and I got an in with Worm, but please don't tell anyone or I'll be killed.
Oh, duh.
Yeah. Well, duh. I mean, I didn't think I had to say it, but gotta be careful.
Don't
Can't
worry,
be too
your secret
careful.
is safe.
So give me your. Go ahead and share what you wanted to say. Give me your survey roll, and then not only describe like what you're looking for and how you're going about this, but anything you find, he can help you kind of decipher. So take plus 1d to this.
Okay. So for position, I guess I'll explain. So my thoughts were, I come to him, I tell him, no, actually, I'd probably spend like I'd probably do the, surveying first before I came to him. But afterwards, I'd come to him, I'd read him the letter and say, hey, look at this, trying to figure out what's going on here. I've seen the symbol before at the Vale, and I just, spent some time hanging out there trying to figure out who might have been involved. Here's a description of a bunch of people that I think look sketchy. Do you recognize any of these guys?
Okay, so if you're just
Something
going
like
to
that.
him, that is in fact not a downtime action. That is just like a gather information roll. So just give me a fortune roll for with 2. Give me a fortune roll with. Oh, what time of the year is it? So we had you all start at the same time as the other group at the start of spring. And our group learned about Vale. Oh, yeah. Okay, give me a 3-die fortune roll, please.
So 2 bonus die?
So you clicked the bottom right roll fortune button.
Oh, I see.
Right under your list of friends is just a button for rolling fortune. So just roll 3 dice.
Come on, crit.
Oh.
Not good.
Okay, so the information you're going to receive is limited on a 1, 2, or 3. He'll say, yeah, this is, Worm's been, dealing with some folks serving this guy. This is the Mark of Vale, an old and ancient god, forgotten by the masses, no longer served by, all but a few members of a cult called the Valers. Worm's got some agents, far, far to the northeast, that are dealing with them. They're up to some weird shit. Why? Where did you say you found this?
It was delivered to me. So,
this letter. Yeah,
well, I don't know if you heard, but we dealt with some people up at Iron Oak Prison, and one of the guys, I think he had something to do with Vale, maybe. His name is Harker, and I don't know. There's something about the Creed of Glowing Ink. I'm not sure exactly what was going on there, but it seems like there was some faction in Ironhook that was doing some stuff. And I guess I started sitting there like, crap, I didn't write all this stuff down properly.
Well, you gotta always take notes, man. Always take notes.
yeah.
And he pulls like a little
That's-
pocketbook, like a little tiny, pocketbook out of his hand. He's like, I got notes I'm taking all the time. I can't remember things day to day. Too busy working to think. Got to write shit down, man.
Yeah, I had that problem back in the old days too. That's kind of why I just gave up on that crap. But anyways,
Wait, hold on. You quit being an inspector because you couldn't remember things and you couldn't be bothered to write them down? Alderstone's finest, I tell you.
Hey, look, they didn't pay me to take notes. They paid me to take bribes.
What? No, other people would be paying you to take the bribe. Never mind.
Anyways, we killed that guy, and I think I might have made an enemy of these Veilers.
Oh shit. Maybe I don't want to hang around you no more, cause they're up to no good, I hear. I don't really know much about any presence in the city here, but outside these walls, around the Ravenlands, I don't know why I keep going to this accent today. It's really weird. Lots of people sound like me. It's very strange. But outside these walls, around the Ravenlands, they're killing people. I don't know. We can't really see it here because the city's just perpetually covered in clouds of smog and ash and coal dust. But the night sky, did you know there's these things called stars in the night sky? I'd never seen them. Maybe you read about them. There's these like little glowing, they're kind of like little baby suns in the night sky. You can see them twinkling. They're not really that bright, but you can bright enough to see. Anyway, they're usually white. A couple of them lately turned red. Apparently that has something to do with the Veilers killing people. I don't really know much about it though.
Sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Yeah, I mean, I know what stars are. My mom said they were like jewels. You know, like when you shine a light at a jewel.
Oh yeah, that's like the prettiest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen them, but
jewels. I've seen jewels.
Stars. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're pretty.
Once or twice.
Anyway.
But yeah, so red stars.
Yeah.
People are scared of that.
People are scared of getting murdered. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we walk down the streets, people are getting murdered. Pretty much any part of this town.
That's true. Well,
I'm not really.
Just another group of people to
what are they gonna do?
Watch out for.
Look at me from behind a curtain.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Well, sorry I couldn't be more help. Feel free to, if you find out more, let me know.
Yeah, of course.
And hey, you all ever gonna take me up on serving worm? trying to grow the clergy here.
Well, I mean, Worm's probably strong enough to, go head to head with Vale, right? Or at least might be a good idea to have him on my side if that's the kind of shit I'm getting into.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Worm is looking to take these guys down. He's got some cleric over in some town called the Hollows. Like they're trying to deal with them, but I don't really hear much about it. All Worm is asking me is to gather intel on what the Rust brothers are up to in these parts in the city. Worm's got his own devices and plans and stuff. I serve him, okay? But yeah, I'm sure he could give you a boon, help you out if you served him, little tit for tat. Gather him some information, maybe I can pay you some coin, or maybe he'll give you some sort of divine blessing, for all I know.
Coin sounds good to me. I'll talk to the boys, and I'm sure we'll come back.
I like your style, kid.
Thanks.
Alrighty. So that's just gathering information. If you want to spend your other action to like scope out the Veil, the bar.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll do that then. So then I go back to the Veil and just stake it out, really. Spend time. So the Veil's a bar, right? We've never really gone too much into detail.
Here we go. It is a luxurious social club.
A social club.
Known for its confidentiality and permissive policies regarding guests of arcane or unusual origins. Roland Valeris, the proprietor and host. Yeah, I'm not going to use any of this other description. Okay. There's a guy named Roland Valeris who runs the place. Lots of people come in and say like, oh, tell Roland I say hi, but he is rarely ever there.
So Roland, or maybe one of his employees, that's where I buy my my drug from, which I don't know if I ever had a name for that.
Ooh. Oh,
But-
right. That's where you go to like get in a stupor. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm familiar with a couple people here, but I've never actually like socialized with anybody. I show up a little bit ashamed, maybe buy the drugs, and then go off and do them in like a private room, you know, pay by the hour type room. Except I'm just laying on the bed, sweating it out.
Did you come here when you were an inspector or only after you quit?
Ooh, probably after I quit.
Okay.
So like, I mean, I probably went here once or twice while I was an inspector.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason after I quit, just found myself here because I didn't really know what else to do.
Yeah.
And then maybe after that first horrible trip, I decided, you know what, I'm going to take things into my own hands.
Yeah.
And that's maybe that led to me getting mixed up with this lot. Yeah, but this time I'm going to actually like make something of a presence. I could sit around, have a couple of drinks, kind of quietly talk to a couple of people, and then just watch and observe.
Yeah.
And hang out for a while.
So one of the items you can bring with you is called trance powder, a dose of the popular drug which induces an altered mental state.
Yeah.
The victim of this powder is not fully unconscious, but rather retreats into a calm, suggestible mental state similar to hypnotism. Is that what you get into?
Probably, yeah. I'd probably just take like a ton of trance powder, like a quadruple dose of it.
Oh shit.
And then I go in and like suggest to myself, I guess, and like freak myself out and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm locked up in my own room.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely very vulnerable at the time.
Okay. But this time, so you walk in and they're like, would you like your usual? And they like get ready to get a dose of, or a huge amount of trance powder for you in a room. And you're like,
Yeah.
no, I'm just here for a drink this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, okay. And they'll, pour you drinks. You'll be able to hang out, mingle, talk to people, basically however you're going about gathering information, feel free to describe, and then we'll make a survey roll.
Yeah, so basically just socializing, here and there, maybe buying a drink for somebody, but not being like too loud or too obvious.
Okay.
I feel like in the course of maybe 8 hours of being in there, I maybe talked to 2 or 3 people.
Okay.
So I'm not being like super invasive or anything, but enough where people start to recognize me a little bit.
Okay. So this sounds maybe more, rather than a survey where you're just trying to like watch people and listen into conversations, you're like actually trying to make connections with people.
Yeah, maybe. So I don't know. I guess I'm conflicted a little bit. So I think the like talking to people is more of a what do you call it? Like a veil over my true intentions.
Okay, so you
So,
are
like, it's not obvious that I'm sitting there surveying people, but I'm making small talk as I cover.
okay. Gotcha.
So like I could be consorting, but I don't think that's what I'm doing with them yet. I think
Okay.
at this moment I'm just watching,
Okay.
and I have my notebook out. But like maybe I
Aha.
write a couple of really bad poetry,
Nice.
but I'm actually like taking notes.
Okay. Great. Go ahead and give me
So,
your
yeah.
survey then.
So just controlled.
Yeah, let's say this is controlled standard.
Fortune. Control standard. I don't think I'm getting any bonus dice, so I'll just roll 4.
That is a 4. Okay, let me pull up my spreadsheet of faction stuff and what's going on. And maybe pull up some more appropriate music than Tinker's Workshop.
I've been just fucking banging to this the whole time.
It's so good.
Every time it comes back. I gotta download that shit, put it in the background my whole life.
Oh, here we go. Noir procedural. Let's do that.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Let's see here. Whoops. I totally just lost that. One second. Okay. This is very quiet music.
I think it's building up. It's a slow coming in.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. What is ultimately your goal? Because I'm having a hard time fitting this into a particular downtime action, unless it's like a project to uncover what is going on with the Veilers.
I think a project is probably good.
Okay.
So basically, what I'm trying to do first is keep an eye out for regular people who seem like they're here for something besides drinking or getting drugs.
Okay.
And I'm keeping a particular eye on the restrooms, and just watching to see if people are going in the stall. But it just seems weird, I guess. Like, I don't think he really knows exactly what he's looking for at this point, but he's trying to maybe make get a couple of descriptions of people, recognize a few people, and then maybe follow up on them later.
You could make it even like a small clock of like 4 or whatever, right? If you wanted to do it as a downtime thing. You uncover that they walk into the bathroom and people never come out or whatever. I don't know, something. Just an idea. It doesn't have to be a grandiose clock. It could just be a 3, 4, whatever.
And I think I would be listening because you said Roland's not here very often.
That's right.
So maybe I'm particularly interested in people that ask for him or basically just his whereabouts. I'm starting to suspect that maybe he's got something to do with it, considering it's called the Veil.
So I think what you notice is that they have a very there are a lot of people that come in as patrons, but what you're noticing is that there is a frequent number of people that are stopping by like they work here or like they have business here. And the number of people in that category are very diverse. You see people that look like they are a lot of different types of criminals. In particular, you note that there are members of a group called I just had it. The Fog Hounds, which are a crew of canal smugglers. You would recognize some members of the Fog Hounds come walking in, as well as who you think, but you're not certain, are some people who have been recently getting out of prison. Maybe even a face or two that you recognize from that mission to Ironhook Prison a couple weeks ago.
One of the guys I asked after the demon guy got shanked to death, I approached a couple people and said, "Hey, what happened here?" And maybe it's one of them.
Yeah, and though
they said, I didn't see anything, but
yeah, exactly. There would have been people that said like, I didn't see anything, and they just looked at you and like, let's say we're having like a flashback moment to like interacting with those people during that scene, and there are people who just like didn't look surprised, didn't look mortified or scared. They were just like, yeah, I didn't see anything. What do you want? And then there's like other just lots of diverse people coming in here, walking into back rooms that, as you like scope out the hallway, maybe you feign going to the restroom and to see where some of these people are going. You follow a foghound and they go into like a, staff only door. And like if you try and like see what's going on there, like there's a bouncer inside that door that's like, "Sir, the bathrooms are right over there."
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't normally drink this much.
Yeah, don't stay hydrated. So yeah,
Don't stay hydrated. Got it.
yeah, so yeah, there's just a lot of strange people, a lot of, the criminal element coming and going out of this place. And you notice that the digs in this place are like getting fancier. Thematically, they are working on increasing their faction tier. The Veilers who are operating out of here. I don't know if you yourself have identified the Veilers as working here, but now that you know they're called Veilers and this place is called the Veil, like it's too on the
I think
nose.
starting to put it together, right?
Yeah. So yeah, they are very close, or they are working on increasing their faction tier. That is their current project. Is what I will tell you.
So then I think after a couple of days of doing this and like staying here, or maybe I'm staying like down the street or something, I realized that this is probably the headquarters of these guys, and they know exactly who I am, and they probably know exactly what I'm doing. So I decided, you know what, I think I'm going to go home for now. And I head back to the hideout.
Okay. Go ahead and start an 8-step clock. You can put that at the bottom of your sheet, right above all your notes. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yep. You can just add a clock. You can make that an 8. Oh yeah, it defaults to 8 steps. So just put like uncover the Veiler plot and add 2 ticks to that. Okay.
Oops.
There you go. All right. Let's shift over to someone else, but don't forget, Severian, you can always spend more coin to do more downtime actions.
Okay.
Who would like to go next?
Mine will be quick and lighter if we want to switch it to something a little bit more exciting, and then you guys can keep going.
Please.
No, go ahead and give us a break. You're already talking, my man.
Give us the
You got
comic
this.
relief, Millman.
Alrighty, we need some cocaine and hookers. Let's go.
Oh my god. Where is it?
I've already come up with this one. We're going some deep south dust. That is the flavor of the day.
How does going with somebody to go indulge their vice due to my stress? Like, what does that do?
Nothing. There's no mechanical benefit to indulging vice together.
Got it.
Oh my god,
I'm
he's just
stressed the fuck out.
Here we go. We can mix ours together because we're going to indulge our vice. He likes to buy things. I have a catalog of different expensive cocaines, right? Like a ridiculous amount of different variety. And he's just buying the most expensive and he's haggling for the price. He's not even going to do it. He's just buying it.
He's buying like the fancy silver cocaine spoon.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like the stupid things. That I'm like, no, I just want the powder, and he's like, no, you need the special spreadings.
It's
like
about
silver.
the ambiance.
Yeah.
You have to have the special, incense over here, I'm ordering all these extra things that don't need to be
a specially made crystal plate to put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So, here's what we can do with this. This is really interesting. The picture of you two like going and doing drugs together. You would both roll your indulge vice rolls. You could spend coin if you wanted to increase the result, 1 for 1, like reduce additional stress. But the devil's bargain I will offer you, if you are indulging stress together, particularly around drugs, because that can get really weird. You would roll, one of you would roll each of you could roll a fortune die. And on a 1 through 3, you gain a stress because things get weird for you. On a 4 or 5, nothing happens. And on a 6, you clear 2 additional stress. But it won't, if that additional stress reduction would overindulge you can't overindulge on that bonus.
All right.
You don't both have to take it, but I will give you that devil's bargain on this.
I will 100% take it because it's cocaine and hookers.
And I will let you decide after the indulge vice roll, if you want to take that. So
okay, I'm gonna click the indulge vice roll here as I'm setting up, and then I probably won't even do the drugs, but I'm setting it up.
All right, I got a 2 and 3.
Wow, that's not great. Millman, you clear 3 stress for Jeremiah, which is not a lot. And then Garros, let's see where your stress is at.
Why do I only have 1 dice? Like, what is going on here? Why do you have 2 dice? Like, what's
so the way an indulge vice works, the overall theme is you want to be diverse in your skills to be able to reduce stress. So you take of insight, prowess, and resolve. You take whichever has the lowest number of points in skills. So,
yeah, I don't do that. Okay, makes sense now.
So you have
very clear.
1 in study, 1 in prowl, 3 in resolved, whereas Jeremiah has 2 in insight, 2 in prowess, and 2 in resolve. So he gets 2 dice on that.
I understand now, and for the audience. I'm going to take that devil's bargain. Hit me up. Either max it out or not, because I don't think 2 is going to do it. So you just want a D6, right?
Yeah, 1d6 if you're going to take me up on this devil's bargain.
Come on, let's go. Big rolls. 5, baby.
And a 2.
So you both rolled a 2.
I rolled a 2.
So you both gain 1 stress back, which is not great because you didn't lose much.
That's fine. You gotta roll the dice.
Go ahead and adjust your stress level.
We're making it weird together.
Okay, making it weird together. Do you want to indulge vice again? You can always do that again as a downtime activity.
I'm going to need to.
Okay.
But
I'm just gonna get stressed the fuck out on our next thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the trick, right? I go out with him. He buys this Gucci fucking piece of glass. He gets a special silver straw and all this other shit, and it makes it real weird, right? And I'm like, okay, buddy,
overhead.
This is way too stressful for me. You've made my chill time less chill. I'm gonna go now and do what I normally do. I'm gonna hire the nurse hooker with my normal what I wanted blow and leave my own stress in peace.
Okay. So I still can't find where I found that you just cleared level 1 harm.
I have a level 2. I have battered.
Oh, do you? Okay, let's take a look at that.
I got some bruised ribs.
Recover.
Wait, so what's up? Yeah, let's talk about harm. What happens to level 1 harms?
So let me find the
time,
rolls for recover here. On 155 and 159. Come on. Okay, when you recover, you seek treatment, blah, blah, blah. If you don't have a contact or fellow PC who can provide treatment, you can use acquire asset activity to gain access to a healer. I think you're fine. Like we've described how, especially like if you're getting drugs, they come with people who are like, you want me to massage your back?
Exactly.
Recovery is like a long-term project. Your healer rolls Tinker for a player character with the Physiker special ability or the quality level of an NPC. And then you mark a number of segments on your healing clock, which is a 4-step clock.
Yep, I got it here.
When you fill your healing clock, reduce each instance of harm on your sheet by 1 level. Then clear the clock. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, interesting. It is the recovering character that takes the recovery action. Healing someone else does not cost a downtime activity for the healer. When you suffer new harm, clear any ticks on your healing clock. Oh, shit. That's cruel. So this doesn't say anything about just clearing level 1 harm. You literally have to complete a 4-step clock. And when you complete the 4-step clock, you just all of your harm gets reduced by 1 harm level. So like For you, Garros, your bruised and cracked ribs would go to 0, but for Jeremiah, his level 2 battered would go down to like a bruised level 1 harm. This is not how there's another system that's very similar to this that uses the same like Forged in the Dark rules, but the healing's a little different. And if you take the heal or the recover downtime activity, you just clear level 1 harm, which I'm a fan of. So let's do that. If you take recover, you just clear level 1 harms, but everything else you need to start this healing clock on.
Alrighty. Can we get a roll from our sexy nurse hooker to heal my level 2 harm to a level 1?
Sure. I think that will be a 2-die fortune roll. Do you want to make that for me?
I can do that.
Yeah.
Number of dice, 2.
So that is 2 steps on the clock.
Sick.
And again, you can pay a coin to either take the action again, or you could pay a coin to increase the level of effect.
If I increase the level of effect, does that increase it by 2, so it makes it a heal?
No,
or does it just by 1?
It would go up to from a 4-5 result to a 6 result, which is 3 steps on a clock.
Okay, I'm better off just paying the 1 coin
to
and
roll
just
again.
getting another roll.
Yeah.
But first, I want to indulge my vice. So another 3, which is fine to me.
Okay.
All right.
So you need to. So this is your 3rd downtime action. So you need to pay a coin to do that.
Yes. So I've paid the coin. Can
Yeah.
I just keep paying coins
Yeah.
and getting more
Yes.
downtime? Oh,
Yeah.
sick.
You can
All
spend
right.
as many coins as you want for extra downtime actions. This is like paying money to like for resources and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get my second heal roll. Come on. Give me another 4.
Nice. There you go. So your
Nice.
battered goes down to a level 1 bruised.
Okay. And then the next session or
Yeah.
next downtime,
Yeah.
it becomes a no issue. Perfect.
Yep.
And then I want to. So, what with the advancing playbook? That can only be trained on the getting XP, correct?
Yeah. Playbook advancement is train playbook, which I believe
It's not a downtime action.
it is a downtime action. Yeah, to train.
Ooh.
It's called training personal playbook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to use 1 coin, and I want to try to work on my demon's clock, and then I'm done for mine.
Yeah. So you're really you're more than halfway done with that.
Yes.
The design. So are you done like designing it and you're just now like working on it? Like trying to build it?
I think so.
Okay.
Right? Like, obviously, my character hasn't gone down the demonology tree yet for like knowing what actually is on the other side of summoning a demon, but I want to make this clock so at least then I can identify what is a demon, what isn't a demon, and what kind of strength with the clock. So I guess I'm just working on it, right?
Yeah.
Is that a tinker roll?
Yeah, I think so. Does everyone else know that you're working on this? Or who knows?
I think just the crew in general know that I've been working on a device for more of my demonology shit. Unless they have asked, I haven't really gone, hey, look at this thing I've made. I'm looking to find out all the demons, right? I'm just like, I'm working on a thing so I can identify strong demons. But really, it just identifies all demons. It's a demon clock.
Just to build the tension before you roll, Garros, you're a demon. How do you feel about this demon identifier tool that Jeremiah is making?
Jeremiah and I are on pretty good terms, so okay. We'll just have to have a conversation like a Battlestar Galactica style.
I'm a Cylon.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
The Cylon detector.
it's one of my favorite shows. I have a Battlestar Galactica tattoo, by the way. We can talk about it later.
Trivia for later. Keep that ready, chat.
Here, I'll show the camera. It's right here. Battlestar Galactica.
Sick.
Nice.
All right. Give us that tinker roll while I grab a beer.
Risky, controlled, desperate,
this
or
is the
fortune
fortune
roll.
roll. Do you have anyone helping
Thank you. I don't think we have anybody who's actually able to help me.
Probably not.
Standard.
Tinkerer. He's a magicer.
Yeah, I need to start training my insight so that I can actually get a point in Tinker.
Okay. Give us a fortune tinker roll.
I got a 2.
Uh,
oh no, I got a 1. I failed.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So, you are not a necromancer or not a demonologist yourself. You work with demons, but that doesn't mean you understand the magic. And yeah, you've been working on the design, but actually putting this thing together is proving to be very, very difficult. Advance your clock by 1 tick.
Perfect.
All right. Wow, lots of downtime actions for you. Is that all of your coin?
No, I've got 1 coin left, baby.
All right.
I'm gonna need that to pay somebody off. I can see it now.
Okay. Who would like to go next?
I got a couple of relatively quick things, I think.
Sure.
I want to start a progress clock with my project to place some of these ritual constellation symbols across the city.
Yes.
So I think starting out, we're trying to find a very accurate map. And this will probably involve he goes to some sort of map maker or something like that. And he looks at the map and then he sees that, okay, the river bends this way in his map, but that's obviously not true. So this map is junk.
Yes.
I'm not going to buy it. Moving on.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it'd be like a study type thing.
Okay, so you are working on a project to prepare a citywide ritual.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's going to start. He wants to set up the nuclear option. He doesn't know in what case this would ever need to be used for, but he knows how to do it now. He just has to find where to place these things.
Okay.
And he's kind of tempted by it. So once he's going to set up the nuke button, and then he's not going to press it, but he's going to have that temptation there.
Okay.
Because that is here.
He wants a big red button to tell everybody, don't press the big red button. And then he's going to press the big red button.
Yep.
Okay. How many districts are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Aren't there
7.
10?
2, 3, 4.
And as far as the city, I'm thinking he's probably more. I don't know if this would bleed into Barrow Cleft, Coleridge, the docks. I think likely it'll be all on one side of the river.
Okay, so you're trying to. So there's an inner city.
Yeah.
Let me pull up, show the map to folks. There's the inner city here, and then the outer city, basically outside the walls, but mostly people consider the other side of the river to be the outer city.
Yeah.
It gets a little complicated.
Place this up within the city walls.
Okay. So you're trying to be able to do this in the city walls. Okay. I'm looking at my notes that I typed while we were talking about this ritual, and some of it I am not quite understanding what I meant. So I might have to listen back and clarify that with you later. But this sounds like a 12-step clock to me to prepare something of that size.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Depending on the roll, you clear more than one piece at a time. I keep thinking of these clocks as though you dedicate a downtime, you get one slice of the pie if you do well. But that's not necessarily it.
That's correct.
You get minimum 1, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. 12-segment clock, magnitude of use. Wait, what did I mean by this?
Big consequence. He has a finite number of times that he can do this. He's pressing his luck. And there's some sort of,
I see. Using this. Okay.
Yeah. This is the cost of using it. Yeah.
That is okay. That's yeah. I see what I meant. Okay. But yeah, setting up a city-sized, transmutation circle, essentially, completing a city-wide size pattern, is going to, be a 12-step clock to set up.
Okay. That's more than fair.
It is sweet.
Yeah.
So how did you describe you going about this? You're looking for a map?
Yes. The first step is, it's impossible to just observe this city as one person from a singular point and then go, okay, I need one there, I need one there, I need one there. I need to get a good map. So I'm going to spend a coin towards this to enhance the effect.
Nice. I like that.
Of this roll to try to find the most accurate map he can.
Okay.
And I can just mark a coin from the stash, right? Because we're not out on a mission. The 4 coin is like your limit during the...
Yes, but taking money out of a stash, you have to take it out at a rate of 2 to 1. So 2 stash equals 1 actual coin.
Oh, okay. So
but
401k.
Yeah, so there was some fuckiness with, how I awarded you all money last time, and I believe the crew vault itself has some leftover room. So
we took it all out of the vault because the vault was being weird and funky.
Yeah.
So we just distributed it upon all of us.
I think Quint specifically still had a lot of money on hand, so it was forced into his stash. But I will say right now, you can take those 2 that I forced you to put in your stash and put it in the crew vault, and then pull it out so that you don't have to convert it 2 to 1. Is what I'm saying. So just pay it one for one this time, and you can take it out of your stash.
Yep. Close that. Okay. So I'm gonna take 1 from here.
Mm-hmm.
To do that. Okay. And like I said, I believe that this is going to be a study. Like, he's got to find a map maker, and then he has to scrutinize the map to be satisfied himself that, okay, this is probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're going around looking at lots of map makers' maps and kind of investing a lot of time and money trying to figure out what's the best one, and then. Yeah.
Right. And there's also the element of even the best map maker, he makes one map.
Yeah.
And then he has to draw it again and then draw it again if he wants more copies.
Yeah. So you're basically doing a longitudinal study of maps of Alderstone.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Give us a study roll.
Okay, and the enhanced effects, it's still the same number of die, right?
Correct. Yeah, you just will increase. You can
decide to do it afterwards as well.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool. Study.
So your study is a 1.
Yes.
Here's what I'll say. You all have an expert, Denna Fellwater, who was an administrative assistant at a coal plant. She might be able to help you a little bit. She's not a cartographer.
That's my girl right
but
there.
She might be like, oh yeah, when we've looked at when the coal plant was looking at expansions, we had to hire engineers to excavate, and we were figuring out districting, blah blah blah. A lot of maps and blueprints went across my desk. Happy to help a little bit. So take plus 1d.
Hell yes. Risky standard.
This is a fortune roll, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, gotcha.
The only reason I made Severian's roll risky was because he's literally in the Veiler's home base, or one of their buildings. So things could have he could have been noticed.
Okay.
That's a 5. So you could pay 1 coin to increase that to a 6, which would be 3 ticks of a clock instead of 2. And you could pay a second coin to make that a crit, because again, you increase not the dice itself, like the number, but the level of effect is what you're paying to increase. So you could pay for a crit, which would be 5 ticks of your clock, for 2 coin.
Well, I already ticked one off, so yes, I will take another one off.
There you go. So start your 12-step clock and add 5 ticks to it. And I think this represents not only do you find like the perfect map or combination of maps and like accounting for, you know, the best maps, like small errors, like you know exactly where you need to place things. Like you do your math, you consult with, you know, Attican, your occultist. You cross-reference like your pattern stuff with, I think the book that you got is you got a book, right, that was helping you with this?
With learning the ritual, so probably helping with it a little bit there too.
Yeah. Now the cool thing about like creating the pattern is like, you know, how it needs to be a perfect shape, but you can kind of like rotate it exactly where it's going to go. So you figure out the best spots, you know, staying clear of like super busy areas or places that might be like getting demolished. You know, high traffic where things might get bumped around.
Right. Hopefully avoid one of them needing to be placed in some sort of secure location or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
To get inside of the bank vault of the church at the right time to place 1 mark on the floor, and then they're like, "What are you doing in the vault?"
Yeah. Well, you helped make those like coins for him, Jeremiah. So yeah, I think he's placing physical coins in places.
For these, I think Quentin would be far too nervous to place a removable object. He's probably set in like these citywide ones, the large scope ones. He's probably carving like a little circle with the constellation within in each of these points.
Okay. Well, I think
Thieves canting it up.
Civvies in the area are like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "Oh, good luck charm."
Yeah, exactly. So I think
square.
Yeah, and I think the help of like Denna, who's familiar with various areas and like what certain buildings are and like the best places to put some of them, with Bell and the Talon helping you with some of the areas like Griffinsboro and Barrowcleft and Coleridge, and some of your other friends, like you know exactly where you need to place these things at this point, and the rest of your clock is doing that. Without them, you know, being fucked with.
Right.
Okay. So that is one of your downtime actions.
Yes. The next one, I am going to get a little weird and indulge my vice.
Okay. Remind me what weird means, like in material words.
Essentially occult stuff.
Okay.
But I think this is, I mean, a lot of my character, his advancement is involved with like researching some occult thing. But I think when indulging a vice, it would be kind of double dipping if there was progress made on top of me bringing my stress down. So there could be like some rituals that I think he has taken a liking to, which have a sort of like believed to be effect to himself. Like the moon is in the correct phase now. I'm going to do this ritual to help cleanse my mind so I can sleep better at night. And I can only do this when the moon is just so, and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I'll throw some shade. He's doing some weird Wiccan shit. All right.
Well, that's perfect, because when I've imagined like pattern magic being about the relationship between things, it's not just about symbols and, you know, the relationship between points on a piece of paper, or, you know, where these coins are in a city, or you know, carvings in a city. It's also about the relationship between things, you know, where the moon is in the sky in relation to where certain stars are in relation to like the relationships, like how is your relationship with your parent, you know, that kind of thing. Like depending on what type of magic you're trying to do, like the relationship of the most random things can have an impact.
I like that.
Yeah. So like some spells aren't, you know, draw a thing. And these are going to be the far lesser known and researched things, but it's like gather 3 doves and walk through an arch while there are lovers kissing on a hill, while, you know, the crow is, you know, marking morning. Like when those 3 things are happening, or when you've accomplished those 3 things, you then can cast a spell. Like it's weird.
Yeah.
That itself, that sequence of events is a pattern. You don't know what it does, but like that could do something and you don't even know. And you know, maybe that fact alone is like helps reduce stress. Is like the like anything is possible. You know, let me just sit and think about the possibilities and how exciting that is, and that just like, you know, fills your cup.
Right.
But you're also like finding these little rituals, it sounds like, to help you in day-to-day things like sleeping and managing stress.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that fits perfectly with this character. And I mean, there's ample opportunity for things to go bad too. Like maybe we're in a fog city.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fog lifted?
No, it is still very like smoggy and foggy. Like the coal plants are still running. You know, one of the big and interesting things is people largely don't want the coal plants to shut down because a lot of their friends and family and they themselves like work in coal plants and need those jobs. But the prospect of the skies clearing is kind of enticing to people who, many of whom have never left the city. You know, there's been a blood mist out there murdering people at night, but many people haven't been able to venture far enough away to see like a literally clear sky.
Right. So there's some things where he's looking at the Farmer's Almanac or some sort of equivalent. Like, okay, so this constellation should be just overhead at this time.
Yes.
But he can't just look up and see.
Yes. One thing I've talked about magic in this world that I haven't really played much with, both in this game and Song of the Ravenlands, is that magic can be very risky, and you understand why that is, because you could be like completing a pattern, but there may be something that is a part of the pattern you've created that you don't realize, and that can create an additional or unwanted effect, or cast an entirely different spell than it is intended. So,
right.
Yeah. That's a little nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Doing it at the wrong time with the wrong constellation, the wrong moon alignment, and then it's like, I cast a healing word, fireball, boom, just the whole party just explodes.
Right. So
all over again.
What Quint is doing is the wizard things, like the mathematical calculation, technically understanding the pattern you have to create. For people like clerics, paladins, people with like a god or a patron, like the Rust brothers have Rust. Like the people who serve Worm, like he is their god, and it is the god casting the spell through a person. So the god is either making the pattern, or like what it's believed is that they're just doing it. They have the ability to do it, no pattern, period. And they just bestow that spell upon their follower. And that's kind of a way of cheating at magic, or so the wizards believe. Like, oh, well, they're not having to work to understand this. That's kind of cheap. And also, without their god, those people have nothing, no magic. So yeah, there's kind of those two schools of thought around magic.
I am indulging vice because
Yes.
I have so much stress.
Yeah, you're at 8 of 9. Woof.
Represent.
Hey, Rumple.
And this is just a flat roll. It will always be the same.
Indulge
matter what.
Indulge
Right.
Vice will roll again between your Insight, Prowess, and Resolve, whichever has the fewest dots on that left side of that line. So your insight and resolve are both 1, but your prowess is 3.
Right, but there's no way to really enhance the effect of this roll. This is one of the rolls that
Diversify
really
your
just
skills, like get points in other stuff, and have a minimum of 2 in insight and resolve would be how you could increase this roll.
Right.
Or spend coin.
Okay. Indulge. There's the button. I had a window blocking the thing. Okay, so no bonus dice.
No. That's a 2. Reduce your stress by 2.
Okay.
Y'all are going to be very stressed out for this next job.
That's okay. I'm gonna spend a coin and do it some more.
Okay.
We're gonna gain some trauma.
I'm here for the trauma.
Well, so
Join me
you all have just
in trauma.
spent so much stress on some of these missions, and now you're hitting that point where it's like, ooh, you may not have a lot to work with on the next job, and that's kind of the beauty of this system.
Also,
is you ebb and flow
that's
between
maybe
I
a
have a lot of
smaller job.
harm and a lot of stress, and sometimes both. Yeah.
And we're possibly demon hunting or some shit. So
Yeah. What were you saying, Eric?
Oh yeah, that's maybe you do a little bit of a smaller job rather than these heroic undertakings against level 3 and 4 factions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
all we had to do last session was just find one singular ghost and take care of it. And
Yeah, we did.
How did that get so out of control? Damn.
Huh. Weird.
All right, so you're going to
I think
indulge.
it's because Millman had to take so long. He had to go with that heavy load and hire the wagon or whatever. That just ruined the whole night. If you had gotten there in time, you would have got there before everybody else showed up.
I wasn't showing up without my wine glass, okay? Settle
Forgot
down.
about that.
All right, give me that second indulge vice.
yeah, I'm gonna tick away one more coin and then indulge vice.
Y'all are so poor. Hey, there we go. That's 5. You're down to 1 now. Very nice.
Exactly what I needed. Because if you go, is it go to 0 or go beyond?
No,
0?
it's beyond 0.
If you go beyond 0, you overindulge.
All right, but that is the butter zone. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 1 stress is really, really good. Okay. Who else? Has anyone not gone?
I've half gone.
Okay.
We did Indulging Vice
That's
by
right.
setting up the weirdest, nerdiest, classiest, basically everything Millman's character doesn't want for stress.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was too clean. It was too nice. It was like you're in a movie set. You're like, can I sit here? I have a soda. Is there 2 coasters? I need 2 coasters.
I like that.
Yeah. Got weird because I'm a bit of a nerd that way. So we had our good time, luxury, getting in down on my vice of luxury. So I have 1 more free one and then spend coin for whatever else, right?
Correct.
Cool. We're gonna follow up on tracking down a demon. This is gotta find. I understand that there are, based on my buddy getting us a ride there. Wow, that's a strong demon. That's incredible. So there are transportation demons. There are fighting demons. There's a train demon apparently.
Yeah, yes. There are large demons that are used for transportation in the canals. Sometimes gondoliers use demons instead of actual boats because, then they don't have to row it. Or I don't know if using the stick to push a gondola is considered rowing, or if there's another term for it, but that. And then there's some that will crawl over buildings with giant spiders or centipedes that people can ride on, and that's mass transit. Not to say they're necessarily powerful demons, just big.
Yeah, so I'm looking for so there's different levels of Uber, right? So I'm looking for the nice one. So I'm gonna ride around the city on each one of these and really take my time to find a good one, and then potentially drive that one to my boy's house and be like, "You want this one? This one?" because I want to find one, because there's different levels, right? You can sense that this demon is stronger than another potentially, right?
So I'm gonna encourage you to. I keep saying so. That sounds like gathering information or choosing a target for your next mission to me.
That's correct.
So that doesn't sound like a downtime action to me. Why don't we save that for when we move into free play? Because I don't have a particular job in mind for you all, and I know you all have a lot of things you want to follow up on. So I wanted to give you all the chance to choose your next target, because
all right, you would prefer that one to be played out.
Yes.
Interesting.
We can do that now if you want, but I would not count that as a downtime action.
To me, that seems like a smaller job as like a downtime action that I go do on my own, kind of like whatever, right? If that's just an information gathering, do you want me to roll like fortune, or do you just
I think if you want to try and find a big juicy target, that could be a project.
It doesn't even have to be a big one. It could be like the nice motorcycle that's like nicer than all the others. Like somebody shows up in their a Honda Civic, and you're like, wow, this is just a Civic, and then they take off at light speed, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just the Honda Civic.
So the impression you get from Skurlock is that he is looking for the Mustangs or Cadillacs of if you're going for a transport demon, it's going to be a very high end one, like the highest end that the chauffeurs would have to offer. But there are lots of other juicy targets, like the fighting demons would be some fighting he had built an enterprise of finding the strongest, most powerful fighting demons. And
I was going to go at it at a different angle to grab one of the transport demons.
Okay.
In terms of he could, I don't know what he's going to use this demon for, number one, but if it's for fighting, it can show up as a sleeper kind of agent. And it's stronger than it looks, and that might be enticing to him. Or if it's for some other means that he wants to do with it, that's his own prerogative. But yeah, I would look for the top end. We're gonna go carjacking, boys, or whatever.
Okay, give me either a hunt or a study.
Studying
or a consort, depending on how you would go about finding a target.
Oh, consorting would probably be good. I would if we pseudo flashback to the guy who was taking us to our last job. I would, on our way there, talking to him about oh wow, you showed up, consort with him to say tell me more. I don't know anything about all of the transport demons. Maybe he lays it out for me.
Okay. Yeah, give me a consort.
Is this just fortune?
Yeah.
Or does you want controlled or whatever?
A fortune consort roll, please.
Fortune, click. Got a 3 and a 3.
Well, my demon happens to be one of the best on the market. You're looking for a great ride, he'll give you a good ride. Where do you want to go? And all you get is the upsell.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Thank you.
Anytime,
Wax on it, car salesman. You can fit so many bodies in here.
Is this Skit's friend you're talking to?
That's correct. As we were driving to our last job or whatever to get information about riding into jobs. I usually walk everywhere because I find it demeaning to have demons take me everywhere. But
you know what? Roll one more die because this is a friend of the group. Roll one more d6.
Ooh, got 4.
I'm just kidding, buddy. Let me. There's a. You're looking for the cream of the crop? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I like to ride in style, as you can tell.
Yeah, I hear in the inner city some of the high, the richest merchants, and sometimes even members of the church will hire this they call it the tank. It's this this demon that is super armored and rolls around real fast through the streets. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard that even people on the road gotta like get out of the way quick. You feel the earth trembling. You know you got to get to the side of the street because that demon's coming.
Oh, I heard that.
But yeah, people pay top dollar to make sure they get from point A to point B to point C, you know, safely. The tank, that's your demon.
Love it. I'd love to get a ride on that someday as I take a sip from my wine glass.
Wow.
Well, we flash back to the future,
yeah,
or to the here and now. In terms of like downtime activities, then I think I'm going to leave my stress where it's at. If I take a downtime activity, I get rid of like harms.
Yes, if you use recover, you clear all level 1 harm, which you have.
I would like to do that.
Cracked ribs and bruised.
My cracked ribs and bruised. Yeah.
Oof. Wow, you're going to leave your stress at 7, huh?
Hell yeah, I am.
What else? What else would you like to do?
High. We're gonna put one more coin towards the Garros News Network.
Yes. You've been getting
gotta tick that down to 3 coin.
Okay. That sounds probably like a sway, consort, command, one of those, maybe. Depending on what you're doing.
Now that I have like some people around, it's time to multi-level marketing this shit. I got my people I like. Now they got to get their people. And I tell them all about how to talk to people and not give away that you're talking. You know, you're not like hoodwinking them. So
all right, the first 5 of you to recruit 3 of your friends is gonna get a bonus.
That's right.
And if one of those 3 recruits 3 of their friends, you also get a bonus.
Yeah, and I split coin and throw the coin at them.
Game, boys.
All right.
Come up with new ideas for such a big clock. So.
Okay. Take +1 for your new cohort, who we described actively helping you with this. Like that is their new thing.
Fortune roll.
Yes, this will be a fortune sway. It sounds like. With +1, so 5d6. Oh, that's a crit.
There you go.
Take 5 steps on your Garros News Network.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 1 left.
You need one more.
I'm paying out 1 more coin to just like you get to roll it again.
Yeah, just roll it again, and we'll just say that that's the bonus. Like you're paying out of pocket for like your global news network or Garros News Network bonuses for the pyramid scheme or however you want to phrase that. There you go. That's a 4. That's 2 more ticks. The Garros News Network completes.
It's online.
I
want to know about the tank. Where's the tank at?
That would this will now help you with gather information rolls. So actually, give me an additional d6 on your first consort talking to the chauffeur. That's a 1. That does not help you. So we'll need additional rolls. But I want to mark on the crew sheet somewhere that we have... crew upgrades, 1 box. Garros News...
I just put it GNN.
Yeah. Network.
As there's not much room on all these sheets as we load it down with more and more text.
So basically, everyone is going to take +1 forward or take +1 on gather information rolls that, people on the streets would like general information about the city and the happenings therein. I'm also going to improve the quality of information that you get as I talk about like faction clocks and what is happening in the world. So now that we're moving into, unless there are other downtime activities, I'd like to move into free play where we can have character scenes, take actions, gather information, and then ultimately choose your next target.
Also, Nick, this would be a perfect time to take a small little break, and then we can get started on that.
Yeah, we'll do that when we come back. Thank you for keeping us on track, Eric. We'll see everyone on the other side of our break. All right, we're back. And I don't like this track for where we're at.
It's so Harry Potter right there.
Fast and Furious time.
So when I was thinking of what missions I could like throw at you all today, I was driving and asking my phone. I was like, "Okay, Google, tell me this about the movie Gone in 60 Seconds," and my phone has just activated.
Mate.
And then I asked it like, "What's the greatest heist movie of all time?" And it told me like Asphalt Jungle, which I've never
Holy
seen.
shit, I'm looking that up right now.
Yeah. It sounded
I'll put it on
very
the list.
intense.
Oh
Anyway.
shit, 1950 noir crime movie.
Yeah, apparently it's considered like
I'm gonna host a watch party after this stream in my Discord. It'll be in the Emily Pumpkin Theater. I'll stream it on my channel.
I may join you for that.
Fuck yeah.
I will acquire it.
And here's another suggestion for you: The Doctor and the Devils.
That's one title, The Doctor and the Devils.
The Devils. It's an oldie. It's about a doctor that is learning anatomy from dissecting corpses, and it is very, very much not okay to grave dig corpses and use them for science and stuff like that in the time period it's set in.
Does it present corpse digging as a heist?
Not as a heist, no. It's just more for like character inspiration. It'll be
okay.
Oh yeah.
Asphalt Jungle.
and there's corpse peddling. We have a corpse peddler.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
That
It's how to
actually
turn
was
them
a
into
big thing in
fights,
England.
okay, I'm gonna run the same joke again. It's gonna be even worse. Y'all laugh at me for doing it again.
Well, maybe I need to watch that for inspiration for the crew's friend. I've already forgot their name.
Again.
Attican. Yeah, maybe I should base Attican on that movie. That could be
I haven't
interesting.
seen it, but I know that Patrick Stewart is in it, so just base it off of Patrick Stewart.
I've got some knowledge on Asphalt Jungle. Starring Marilyn Monroe. It
Ooh.
is free on the internetarchive.org.
Okay.
Like you can just go and
Yeah, hype
stream it
everyone.
live. If you want to go watch it, wait till after the stream though. Don't you fucking go nowhere. I'll fucking watch you.
Yeah, hang out with us first, and then go watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it's free. Shit.
Let me update you all on some things that you would have heard through the grapevine, particularly the Garros News Network. There are members. I'm just going to kind of go down my line of factions and things that are happening in the world. So in no particular order. The Bill Hooks, who are the tough gang of thugs who prefer hatchets, meat hooks, and pole arms. They have a number of people who have gotten out of prison, so they are like increasing in faction tier. So they're kind of like building up their strength. But you all like haven't had many dealings with them, so that's not a big deal. The Rust brothers, the cops policing the city, have seemed to be getting more organized and increasing their numbers lately. They've been training new recruits and working on their organization.
Still continuing to scrape by with, oh god,
Yeah.
they're taking all the people out of the city.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, before the blood mists lifted and they were at full strength running the city, I would have considered them to be a tier 5 faction, and now they are a tier 3 faction. So they're working to build themselves back up, but it's very slow progress. There is, so the chauffeurs and zips and the gondoliers and binders basically all have been trying to like unionize. I think we heard a little bit about that last time. And there's like some pushback from the merchant class, basically. Among the chauffeurs and zips, they have been working to identify some union leadership. So Jeremiah, you would have heard from your chauffeur friend. What's his name again?
I have him here. Sven, the chauffeur.
Yeah, Sven, who has his like ox chauffeur. He's a little miffed at you because you mind control or you demonologized his or no, it wasn't him. He like sent you used a card You played the I know Sven card on some chauffeur to get to the last mission really quickly. And Sven is like, please don't do that again. That, like, I'm having to smooth things over with people.
Yeah.
But
there's an unintended situation that it will never happen again.
Yeah, it better not. But laughing aside at that, we've got some leadership. I don't know if you've heard of Eight Legs Aaron. Eight Legs Aaron is our new spokesman of the chauffeurs and zips. So they're organizing and trying to negotiate and strong arm rich merchants.
That's the way. I'm proud of you guys sticking up for yourselves and telling those merchants, pay the fuck up. I love it.
Yeah. Eight Legs Aaron is a chauffeur who is notorious for having, like, he is basic, like, if there is an 8-legged spider demon, he buys it. Like, that's his shtick. He runs a business of spider demons. And they're
I like that kind of guy. He sounds like my kind of arsenal.
right. And they're like, we won't only get you to your building, but we will get you to the floor you need to be on. That's their shtick. Let's see. The Talon are gone. That's kind of in the news.
There we go.
Oh, I missed this somehow. Severian, there's one other faction that you would have seen in particular lingering around the Vale. There are some very, like, rough and tumble looking folks, former convicts of the Iron Hook prison, who are now freelancers that will leave the city, and they are notorious for ambushing Rust Brothers and other people coming back to the city. Right outside the city is an area called the Harga Plains, and they are known as the Harga Scavengers. They mostly have notoriety for ambushing Rust Brothers, like small groups of Rust Brothers coming back with tithing that they've taken from other kin in the form of gold, possessions. Sometimes they'll just go and whip people who, like, this is all from, like, they'll go out to cities, they'll demand tribute to Rust, and if, the towns or cities or whoever they go talk to don't comply, they will call in the Iron Guard, who are the military. Or they'll just, like, send demons and undead to go harass that town or city. But when they do bring back stuff, and it's a small enough group, the Harga Scavengers will make a run at them and try and steal their stuff.
They sound like my kind of people.
Yeah.
They're just implementing a performance improvement plan for these towns, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Rust Brothers are. And then the Harga Scavengers are taking it.
You're in management.
Yep. So they apparently are also working with the Veilers. I told you about the Foghounds working with the Veilers. The Gondoliers are also participating in the, like, unionizing stuff, and they are particularly, like, there are also union busting criers that the merchants are hiring to, like, go around and badmouth unionization.
Last session, and they were getting thrown in the canals and shit.
Yes. So in response to that, a group called the Splunkertons, don't ask me about the name. I did not choose it. I think that was Brian or Andy from the other game. They were helping me out. The Splunkertons are being called in to like literally counter and like help out the town criers, and they are fighting against unions. Like they are like actual union buster mercenaries. So it's starting to get real physical and violent.
It's becoming a war.
Yeah, kind of. The merchant class is going to war with unions. There are some strange holes opening up around the city, and reports of strange creatures coming out and grabbing people and burrowing back underground. That's been happening in, I think, let me look at the map here really quickly.
As if sinkholes are not bad enough.
Right. Sinkholes with things in them grabbing people. That's been happening in Coleridge. And it is starting
on the list.
It's starting to happen in Barrow Cleft as well.
I'm gonna nab me a demon. Let's go.
So I'm just gonna add an image of sinkholes popping up. I mean, like, also, if you all want me to put things on the map to just like articulate and remind ourselves of the things that you want to work on, please let me know.
Good old ambush the ambusher plan.
Yeah. But
So
also,
I'm just gonna put it on Coleridge.
no one is hiring or expecting you to deal with these holes. I'm just like, this is just in the news. So some in Barrow Cleft, some in Coleridge.
I put a pentagram there.
I think we should delete that if you're all right with that.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. What else is happening in the world?
The Creed of Flowing Ink, did they write about something that wasn't?
I mean, a lot of what you're
going under.
Oh yeah, they write about the Talon going under. They write that like they've joined some like, you know, some group that like some of the surviving members have joined like other groups. Not worth mentioning, which is very sad. Y'all are still a tier 0 faction. So
Keeps the heat down.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But a lot of this other stuff you hear about like ghosts are disappearing for some unknown reason. The Black Hands who are now in negotiation with the Hive over the turf of the Talon. The Hive being, you know, huge, like tier 4 faction or tier 5 faction, and the Black Hands being tier 2. It makes really interesting. Like, what could they possibly have to offer the Hive besides like their loyalty? The Demon Hunters Association seems to be hunting something in the canals. So there's been a lot of activity in the water and a lot of gondolas and water-based demons going missing at night, and supplies that have been sitting on docks going missing at night. There seems to be something very big in the canals. I think that's it. I think that's all the major stuff.
Hi.
Yeah.
Love it.
So, this is, I think as I've described it before, I've really encouraged you, like I've been like, here's the mission. You can gather information about that. But this is free play where you all can have scenes, you can talk to people, you can work on actions, but you can't really, like, this is different from downtime stuff. You can't work on downtime stuff, but you can gather information and basically work towards identifying a target and gathering information about it. So, you know, there's lots of pieces on the board, so feel free to investigate and talk to your fellow characters about what you want to do.
I'd like to do a study using my work connections to learn about the tank.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
And Quentin would like to help you with that because this Lord Surlock, I mean, we keep having people knock on our doors and possessing our bodies, give us messages and shit, and he just can't have these distractions when there's rituals to learn and there's power to gain.
Why is
he is helping us with power. He gave you that book, remember?
Exactly,
except he doesn't remember.
Yeah, he just knows he got a book.
He remembers that he got the book at the place.
Yes, but he doesn't remember being handed the book. Like his memory of it is not personal with Lord Scurlock. He never met Scurlock as far as he's concerned.
Yeah. I remind you that when we were at his place, that book is from Scurlock, so he is invested in your power. So it's in our best interest to be pseudo allies in this case.
Yeah, which is why we should appease his appetite for demons, so he can leave us alone for a little bit.
So, is Quint afraid of this Lord Scurlock, or?
He probably is definitely intimidated because the time that he remembers meeting him is the breaking up the fighting ring, and he left quite an impression of like a man with some sort of total power.
Just smiling the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quint is intimidated by Lord Surlock, and like he's clearly powerful and stuff. He just wants to focus on his research and getting his power to eventually maybe compete. But if he's getting like poked and distracted to go out and hunt a demon, hey, where's the demon at?
Okay.
Then he's not gonna get there. So like get a demon, get a good one, and then maybe hopefully Lord Surlock kind of leaves us alone for a few weeks.
Fair.
Before he's coming us again.
Okay. So why is Jeremiah invested in the Lord Skurlock quest line and finding this tank?
Because one, I'm the demon guy. And I'm obsessed with demons.
That's true. Okay,
Like,
fair enough.
that is my trauma. I'm obsessed with this demonology shit. And I need to find this big demon, figure out what makes it tick before I hand it over.
Okay.
I want to know where they got the demon from, or find out something characteristic about it, and then hand it over. And then whenever I finally understand where the demons are from and how it works, like as a player I know, but as a character I don't. At least I know what kind of demon I'm looking for. I need a strong family.
Okay. Do you have listed any particular connections with demonology? Like is
My
your
boss? But
Jeremiah. Let's look at your sheet.
I don't have it under my strange friends or anything, but like my job is a subcontractor binder, and I've been trying to help my boss out as much as possible. We had a side story last session.
That's true.
I gave him a lucky coin.
That's true. Roll me 3d6 fortune roll, please.
Okay.
I just want to know, I just want to see, how close are you with this character? I like that you've narrated a lot of interactions with him and really invested him in your backstory. So 5, yeah. Let's add him as a strange friend. I wouldn't say he's like a best strange friend, but your boss.
I know him. He's my boss.
Yeah, he is a contact you can use. Absolutely.
He's a nice boss. I like him. He's not a shitter. He does his best and tries to do his best towards me as an employee.
Yeah.
He's my boy.
He's your boy.
It's my boy.
Did I write his name down?
I don't think he ever had one.
I don't think I did. That's fine. He can just be that character that doesn't have a head, we can't hear his voice. I'm kidding. He's he's a peanut adult.
No, he's the neighbor from Better Home Improvements. You just see him from the nose up.
Yeah. There's that, and then there's the peanuts. You can never see adults, and they're always just. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can make a. This sounds like a consort to me. If you're.
Okay. I don't have any die, but I'm 100% down.
So you're getting +1 from using a friend, your boss, and then you're also, it sounds like, getting help from Quint. Quint, are you taking stress to give him +1d?
Information gathering that we get +1 from the hideout as well.
Oh yes, and you would get +1 from the Garros News Network. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go with a consort.
Quint, you are taking stress here.
Yeah, I'm taking 1 stress.
Okay,
to,
so we have Quint stress help action. We have Garros News Network and your boss. That's 3 bonus die. You can also push yourself for an additional die.
No, I'm gonna need that for combat later. Okay, so controlled, standard.
Yeah, this is just a fortune roll. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
That's 6, a 6.
Baby!
Okay, so the tank is essentially a armadillo slash pillbug-esque looking demon, large enough to hold 2 passengers, as well as... Oh, we lost someone.
Other Eric.
We lost Eric.
Come back, Kofi. I still love you.
There he
Okay.
is. We'll just wait for his camera to turn back on, if possible.
It just crashed on me for literally just. I'm back though.
Yes. So the tank is a armadillo slash pillbug-esque looking demon. It is like, in D&D terms, we'd consider it to be a large creature. It basically has it goes into a rolling form and will just roll through the streets, while in the middle, like, it will hold a designed kind of compartment, like a carriage in the form of a circle that doesn't spin, so the
So
people
it's got
inside are
rollers
safe.
on the outside, but it's got a
Yeah.
cabin in the middle, and the rollers just keep it orientated the right way. That's some
If you
fucking
saw-
cool steampunk shit.
If
I
you
love
saw
it.
the like Jurassic, the new Jurassic Park, like the orbs that they had rolling around the park, just imagine that, but a pillbug demon slash armadillo.
I was imagining the original like cars where they had the circular wheel around you and you sat on top of the engine. Like these were early car designs.
Oh God, I've never seen
Those were terrifying.
but
I'll
yeah,
post them in Discord,
and it sounds like that. So yeah, and that thing rolls through the streets, and it is just said to be a tough motherfucker that like high profile targets, like people that would be great to apprehend, like capture, kidnap, and ransom people who like are political people and could be targeted by assassins, that sort of thing. Like those type of people will hire the tank for transportation, and there are people with like set routines, and like have a every Wednesday at 10 a.m. The tank picks me up and drops me off in Brightstone, at the church, where I am like a what would we call it? Like a bishop of the church, like that kind of thing. Or like, once a month I leave my home in White Crown as like the wealthiest merchant in the city, and I'll go meet like certain people in night market. So I'll take the tank. So like, you probably have heard of this guy, but don't know very much about his business. Jeremiah? Both like knowing people in the chauffeur group and being a demonologist yourself, the tank is one of the like biggest money making demons in the city.
Yeah, like that's our boy right there. Just need to get me that brand out of that owner's hand.
Yeah. So this is the type of target, Garros, that you are looking for. They are like, in terms of physical prowess, this is an S tier demon, but the trick is going to be
say where I would like to start the like scene and where it goes like completely fucking off the rails. I assume
in terms of like,
if we start the action to like go get this thing, we want to go get this
that
thing.
will be part of the engagement role. Is like,
correct.
This is our free action to get as much information.
Yeah,
and
we're in
pre-work
free
done
play
as
right
we can.
now. So until you all tell me like this is our target and this is our plan, and I will copy paste the plan
There's
types.
no plan. You just go straight in.
Anyway, so yeah, we're still in free play. So if anyone wants to talk to anyone, follow up on anything, this is the time.
Yeah, I want to gather the party around and kind of explain to them. Like, I started rambling about where I've been these past few days and what I've been doing. I've been looking into the Veil. They're after us. They're probably just after me, but you guys might have to worry about it as well. They could want you, or they could target you in case they're looking for information on me. But I tell them about Attican and his offer to join Worm. And say, hey, this guy said he'd pay us for information. we've been like, that's kind of our specialty already. We found out a lot of information, well, at least in the first 2 heists or missions rather. But yeah, I just give him the proposal. It's like, hey, we go talk to Atikin, we join this Church of Worm. Maybe there's something in it for us, some sort of blessing nonsense, or otherwise money, and we could use that money to expand our territory or our crew.
That is definitely on my list of to do. But we need to pay off the demon wanting. I don't even know, Lord Skull. I don't know what to call him.
We got half up front from Lord Skurlock, or at least some money on the side, which was 4 coin. So maybe paying that off before, and then we also, I don't know. Can we set up a shrine here to Worm, or do we have to go to the church thing?
We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that nonsense works. We got to talk to him.
In Alderstone, worship of any other god besides Rust is heresy and punishable by death. So you have, like, you all being like an occult underground group, have heard that there are other like groups that serve other gods and are very quiet. So like the Sisters of Heme is a minor god that is worshipped. That's one of the factions. The Sisters of Flowing Ink, they say like, oh yeah, flow is all about freedom and free will. They don't even worship flow, but like just invoking her name is a crime. So like it's a very on the nose thing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why do we got to go out for it? Seems like we might be being set up. Feels bad.
But
yeah, I mean, we could always invite him here.
Atikin would be happy to help you all like begin your connection with Worm.
Perfect. Well, we'll call that brother after we finish the other mission, and then we can have a little, I don't know, sacrificial party right here. But we gotta pay the big guy off because he's already paid us for a job we haven't done.
Half paid, maybe.
Money in the hand is a considered payment.
Yeah,
and I don't have 4 coin to pay him back.
I forget where we stand as far as our character knowledge of Worm. Like, does the mention of the name Worm mean anything to us? Like, do we just know, okay, Worm, god of blah, blah, blah?
So,
or
specifically in Alderstone, there's probably not a lot. There is going to be a lot of propaganda about the other gods. So what you're taught is very different than what anyone else in the Ravenlands is taught. But you all being in touch with the occult might have read some books and found some hidden illegal tomes that describe the gods in more neutral terms. Worm is a god. So when I say that a god has a domain, it is not in the sense of like, oh, they're the god, like Rust is not the god of strength and power. It is more of an interest. Like gods have interests. Flow is interested in nature. Raven is interested in the soul and night and spirituality. Rust is interested in strength and power. Worm is interested in knowledge as a means to power. So like knowledge, secrets, information. He's kind of a nerd when it comes to knowing things.
Okay.
My favorite.
To get a different angle of this, what would the propagandized version of that be? Like, what kind of ill speak is there of Worm?
Worm is a snake in all senses of the word. He is deceitful and distrustful. He doesn't stand for anything but himself.
That's like a perfect sales pitch for Siberian. Like,
yeah,
that sounds like projection as well.
Yeah.
Agents of Worm are spies attempting subterfuge. They're always up to no good and never in service of the community, of the greater good. They don't use they don't use power and strength. They use trickery and tactics to take advantage of situations and create manufacture strength and create advantages to obtain their goals rather than simply be strong themselves. And again, so that's through the lens of the Church of Rust, which is, all about like, face your adversity, become stronger for it, meet your enemies head on.
They're Klingons, basically. Got it.
I'm unfortunately not a big Star Trek fan, so the reference is over my head, but
It's for somebody
probably.
else.
Yes, probably.
So that means that Quint's understanding of this god is the trickery snake god.
Yes.
Perfect for us.
I think is still pretty great. So Quint, yes. I suppose I would like to talk to Atikin in allegiance with the snake trickster god. I think we should learn a trick or two. It would be most helpful.
Yeah, I mean, that, the church propaganda it totally sold me on this guy. Like, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
So from your conversations with Atikin talks about Worm like he's just a person. Like a very powerful person with their own like agenda.
Anakin's kind of a nerd though. So like
People personify animals all the time and their emotions and stuff. So yeah, I mean,
right.
When it comes to a god, of course, a snake god would still be humanized to some extent.
Right. Yeah. Here's the other thing that's like, this is just kind of meta knowledge for you as players. Anywhere else in the Ravenlands, everyone talks about gods like they are just very powerful people. But part of that propaganda is Rust is a benevolent god. He is divine. He shall not be questioned. Gods are powerful, but Rust is the best. Don't trust the gods. They'll try and trick you or pull one over on you.
He is the person god. All of the gods are beneath him and are like different. They're not just
right.
Yeah, there's some figurement to each of them probably.
Yeah, but Atikin, you get the sense is like, Worm's got the best interest of the Ravenland. I don't know why it slipped into a Christopher Walken voice. Yeah, Worm, he's got like everybody's interest in mind, but he's watching out for the Ravenlands. Beyond that, I'm not really sure like what that looks like, but anything's got to be better than Rust. Am I right?
Anything is better than Rust.
So basically, your read on Atikin is like you, he isn't drinking the Rust Kool-Aid, and he found this worm god, but beyond that, like, he's just trusting in that, like, this isn't Rust, and maybe that's enough for you all. Like, anything besides Rust is best, and maybe that's worth getting behind. But I could also see your character being like skeptical of that too, because you don't have a ton of information. So, play your character as critically as you want. Garros, you're in an interesting position where in your home world, there may or may not have been gods.
Yeah, we don't really do that kind of thing.
Okay.
It's all kind of weird mumbo jumbo. There were people that believe in gods, but for the most part, there's no.
If they did, they would have. If other demons from your world believed in gods, they would have been the same set of gods as this world, or maybe just one or two of them. up to
I think I
you.
probably come from a fairly basic like society where they were coming and just like hijacking us, and for the most part, just didn't really. We were simple people, didn't really
Okay.
believe in gods.
Okay.
They
That's
didn't
fair.
get to the god worshipping state.
Yeah. That's fair. And
we
not all.
believed in hard work and each other.
There you go. Okay. So,
It's like
yeah.
propaganda.
Sorry to, do another lore dive there. I'm happy to get us back on track with like information gathering.
That's
So it sounds like everyone's interested in following up on like finding a demon for Lord Skurlock. Is there any other job anyone thinks is worth pursuing right now?
I don't think so.
There's just one little bit that I wanted to do with while we're all together. I've come upon a concern with handing out these tokens of luck, as we call them. If this is just considered, then you'll hold up one of his coins that Jeremiah has crafted so elegantly. The issue with handing these out as generic good luck tokens is, they'll fall in with lucky rabbit's feet. Like there's countless other things that are like good luck charms. But I think I've thought of a more plausible and beneficial lie. I believe that the best lies have a small grain of truth to them. So perhaps instead of good luck, perhaps it's something like protection, and to do with knowledge. So it is a protection charm that only works when it's on your person at all times, and I can't quite piece together.
I think I can see what you're putting down. So it's a good luck guidance coin.
Yeah.
On top of that, I jut in. On top of that, if they show us that they have that coin, that lets us know that they're, shouldn't fall into the wrong hands, maybe. But that's a future us problem.
Do we want it to be associated with us, though? Like, let's say we want to use this thing on our enemies. If they find one of these in their pockets, they'll know that we've got one over on them or something.
True.
Right.
Then they'll start collecting them. And that's the best part. Then they have them on their persons.
Maybe.
Or they get rid of them. And what we want is, if we hand this token to somebody, we want to feel assured that come the time that we need to peer into their minds, they have it on their person. It is also...
Are these just like regular coins? Like, did you take coins and then deface them?
No,
It could just be actual real money that we put into circulation. So somebody has it, that's just like having a $50 or something.
But it'll be
I made these.
other circulated coins.
I mean, I could start defacing coins.
Yeah, I mean, people might spend them, but
Yeah. We want it to be worth holding on to, which is why I think if it's portrayed as a form of protection that only works when it's on your person, then it's more likely to be on their person. The other hazard that comes with the ritual is if I get an aspect of it wrong or misunderstood, I don't know what will happen with my mind.
Everybody linked and they all explode at once. I like the sound of that. Let's hand up the coins.
But say I want information from our new acquaintance. Damn, I just said it. Jeremiah of the Hive. If I attempt to contact her mind, and instead of the coin being on her person, it is on on her nightstand and her lover is the one closest to it or something like that. I don't know what'll happen if the target is missed.
Good point.
I mean, short term, like I can, if we need to plant it on somebody, I've planted evidence plenty of times. I could get it on them, but yeah, I mean, that's only going to work like in the moment.
Yeah.
So I feel like we might need like propaganda about this. Like, I don't think that just the four of us is enough to really spread word about how these are protection charms.
Yes.
Sounds like something a news network could spread.
To all of you. That is an excellent idea. What was that, Jeremiah?
It sounds like something a news network could spread.
Propaganda.
Absolutely.
Or the
We
creed
could-
of flowing ink, or, well, there are numerous options here. On top of it, people who show us true loyalty could get this emblem tattooed upon themselves.
Ooh, I like that.
A more permanent marker.
Yeah.
Can make a brand.
Something
do it.
akin to that.
Oh, that'd suck. Just thinking about being branded with it. Ooh, that'd suck.
I think more people would be less resentant of a tattoo than a branding.
They're kind of the same thing.
Yes.
It's a permanent.
It's a prolonged, lesser pain. The other is a faster but excruciating pain.
Well, think about it.
And
this way,
how do you
too.
want people to show their loyalty?
You want to cut off the second finger past the pinky?
That sounds silly.
It
With
needs
sarcasm.
I got it. We don't have any hidden blades. Well, maybe we do.
So something to think upon.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring it up.
I like the tattoo idea, though. Like, if these Veilers somehow manage to get their hands on me, well, if I've got a tattoo, you can find me no matter where I'm at, figure out what's going on, This could be a failsafe for us.
That is a fantastic idea. Jeremiah, get the ink.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, one moment I come back with like liquid mercury and a bunch of other poisonous compounds. I'm like, which one do you want to use?
Oh, whichever one looks the coolest.
Oh my god, we're tattooing him with liquid mercury. All right, let's do this.
Where do you think is a good spot? I've never had one of these.
Ed. There's lots of hats.
My shoulder?
Somewhere you can.
I think we're aware.
Under right here. Nobody.
Oh, somewhere that
Oh,
rubs.
that's good.
Oh yeah,
Like
right
on the ribs.
Yeah,
like right
it's
here.
gonna suck.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
let's do it.
I love how Nick's reading and we're just conspiring to put poisonous metals under his skin.
It'll be fine.
You're muted. Super muted.
So just so you know what I am up to, I am visiting several of those like AI art generators and typing in the words
Oh, yeah.
Pillbug Armadillo Demon.
Oh yeah.
And
Put
I'm
mono wheel with it.
put in what?
Mono wheel.
Mono wheel.
That's
is
what I
the
need to
thing
do
that you're
because some
looking
of
for,
these
yeah.
are not turning out great.
Imagine like one of those pillbug monsters from Elden Ring. That shoot like the spines at you, but like really hulked out.
Wait, what? Pillbug Elden Ring.
They're like the rot, Scarlet Rot beasts or something like that.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like these
Scarlet
pillbug
Rot.
things.
Call them
They're all over
shrimp.
Kaled. Yeah, they're like shrimp.
Scarlet
Shrimp people.
Rot Shrimp. Elden Ring.
What was it? It was something rot.
Kindred of Rot, that's what they're called.
Oh, wait, are you
That
talking about the
one flipped
giant
out.
crayfish or are you talking about the like tall, long, like
The things
10-armed?
like-
Yeah, the tall long.
Oh, they look like weird prawns
Oh.
with extra like undead tendrils.
That's
and
way
shit.
too skinny for what I'm thinking of.
Well, yeah,
But
but like if you hulked one of them out,
yeah, if you hulked one of these out, sure. That could work.
I got one.
Oh boy.
Armadillo Demon transport was not getting beat.
Armadillo Tyrannid.
Can I
Oh.
just search
I'm
other?
sure Warhammer has something equivalent.
Yeah, here we go. What is that one? I like to look at that one. What is that one? Goon hammer. All right, the goon hammer. Let's have a look at
Goon
that.
hammer. Wait, what?
This is a little diversion.
Hold up,
Dude,
I'm going
rabbit
down a
hole.
rabbit. I'm down a rabbit hole. Give me a minute. I'll get you what I'm looking for. No, that's just bull crap.
Yeah,
Hold
so
up.
we spend part of the day tattooing each other, and this being our mark of
tattoo party.
our cult on each other to really pull, a team bonding exercise.
Yeah, like, you can't be a cultist without like a really cool tattoo.
The thing that comes to Garros that doesn't come to Garros's mind is that when Severian wants to go to my mind, it won't be me. But my character isn't aware of these things. La la la.
Quint, but yeah.
Yeah, when Quint goes.
Quint. Yes, Quint. Thank you.
And when it comes to Quint's turn, like I feel like everyone else got tattooed, and then you guys are looking at him, and he's just like,
You don't want to be the odd one out.
I
You gotta
didn't
do it too.
I don't really see much the point of tattooing myself when I am the nexus of the ritual. I can't.
Yeah, it's part of the being the crew, though.
The word nexus is a very charged word in my fictional universe. Nexuses are what are referred to as portals that demons come through, but that's fine.
Fulcrum.
I mean, you can use the word nexus. That's fine. So this is the best image that was generated.
That is badass.
Of
That is
like
sick.
of 3. We'll go with this.
You can. Oh man,
Close enough.
that's looking.
This doesn't look like it could roll up and just kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog around, but
Eric, what's that thing that you posted? What's the name of that?
Oh, I have no idea.
Mono wheel.
mono wheel sounds good. Oh, did we ban someone?
Oh yeah, they were selling
it was
you
a
followers.
Yeah, it was like spam.
But I need more followers, Eric. What the fuck? Don't ban people
I know,
offering
I
more
know, I'm
followers. Damn.
I think you can and then tell them to like enhance on it or something. Mid Journey does that anyway.
Millman, that is
Yeah, no,
terrifying and also too many brains.
You don't like Tyranids? Sick.
What is this from?
That's a Warhammer 40k Tyranid.
Oh, okay.
That's sweet.
That
delicious.
is I don't
teeth
want to
outside
throw
the
that
lips.
at you all because then our campaign would, only have 5 parts.
Or one shot.
Oh, Eric, I like what you put in the general channel on Discord. That's very cute. That's
it's
the
like
shape I'm imagining. That is exactly
yeah, I
the
went to put
shape.
Google search into the thing, and it's like this huge long
Monowheel.
link, and it's like, God damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the mono wheel was some of the earliest things. They're still making them, but they're incredibly dangerous because number one, you sit on top of the engine, and number two, how do you stop without falling over? And if
Mono
you
wheel.
number three, if you hit like a small pothole because roads are shit, what do you do then? But yeah, if you're on a track or something, the mono wheel is probably fine. Sorry, what was that, Travis?
You adjust your spine when you hit a pothole. That's what.
Yeah, small adjustment.
That sounds like free physical therapy to me. Okay. All right. So this is like how people describe the tank to you is something similar to what you're seeing on the screen, but with an ability to curl up and tuck in 2 passengers in the middle who don't, go for a, vomit fest while riding.
It almost looks like it has udders.
Yeah, it kind of
It's
does.
a pangolin. It's like a pangolin. It's fine.
Let's just, I think I don't know. I love theater of the mind. Like I try and do images because this is a show and we have viewers and I'm trying to help them and their imaginations. But I also used to do an actual play podcast where all we had was theater of the mind. So I'm really a fan of words, and I actually really hate when I show images of things and do battle maps. I just don't think it lends itself to good storytelling, because then people get really focused on like, oh, where's my character on this map? That's what that looks like.
Also based. Hell yeah. Love that shit.
But sometimes AI art generators are fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So Armadillo, Pillbug, Demon. I'm just gonna move the cameras back to just the rolls. So that's what we get to work with. I think on a 6 you get some ideas of like you get like, oh yeah, I know a couple people work with like I know you get a list of names of people who regularly hire that demon, and their binder, the binder in charge, whose name is Roos Roble. And I will post that in the chat. Roos Roble.
This guy is clearly a comic book character.
I used a Blades in the Dark NPC name generator, and I think they just mix and match the first names with last names. So, sorry, I interrupted the tattoo fest.
So we've got some liquid mercury, and we're tattooing the starline symbol underneath his skin under his right arm.
Sorry,
on the ribs.
Who and why?
This is part of being with our crew to show loyalty and things. This is once you've been fully indoctrinated, everyone gets the tattoo now of the coin image thing that Quint can then leap into your mind.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably like on the left side, like on the ribcage.
That guy that was giving you all a hard time, his name is Kellen Keel, also with the name generator. He just goes by.
I love it.
He just goes by. People call him Tackle. Yeah, he's like, fuck this, I'm out.
Oh, good. And then I bash him over the head. No, I'm kidding.
Oh man, you
That's
said
fine.
Kellen Keel, and I was just thinking, what if his name was Kellen Keenan?
Yeah, that would be so good. Nice.
love it.
Nice. Okay, so you all get your, brothers in arms tattoos. Is there a mechanical purpose to them, or is it just like?
Yeah, it's Quint's symbol.
Oh shit! Okay.
So he can perform the ritual on us if needed.
Yeah, say they're taken away.
But also, when
Like,
people
we
come
also
to us
like-
and say, so here's the problem. Like, one of the things with like the ever expanding Garros News Network and other people we have in the faction, we need to know who is loyal and who is not, and this is how we can show it. And also, it won't potentially be found if they're like captured or other things, right? It's like a discreet thing. Like in some of the vampire books, they have people have tattooed on the inside of their lip or something, right?
Yeah, Quint, you can have access to my deepest, darkest thoughts. No problem. Anytime. Literally.
I mean,
Anytime. I insist. Okay.
I mean,
it's not.
I'm not worried about Clint.
No.
He's not really that intimidating.
You're fair.
He doesn't want to dive into my mind. Not after me just staring at somebody who's getting murdered by a ghost. People don't want in on that.
Quint, what do you think of this? Like,
I think it's brilliant. Quentin thinks it's fantastic. I mean, this is an assured way. If I need information from that person, it can't fail in his mind.
right. This is very a pragmatic, tool for you, but what does this make you think of your people, like of your crew? Is this like oh, they're, I've duped them, or is this like, oh, they're being super trusting or super useful? Like what does this make you feel about them?
He's very happy about this moment, and I think it is partly a camaraderie thing. It's partly like he likes that his friends now trust him to the point that they're on board with this. And it's also tickling that fantasy in the back of his mind of becoming some all-powerful being. Like it's kind of ticking all boxes for him.
Gotcha. On Discord, I would like everyone to DM me whether they think there is a particular leader of the group or if the group has no leader. And if it is democratic. I'm actually suddenly very interested in this question. And I'm not trying to like set you all against one another. I just am very genuinely curious what each of you think without bias of other people.
Don't poison the well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you all get your tattoos and prove yourselves to one another, and especially give Quint access to guarantee that knowledge and information can be shared at any time if necessary, and prove each other's loyalty. What comes next?
I think of a word.
Gotta get a tank. We got 1 hour, boys.
We're also playing again next week, I believe, right? So this mission can...
I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet. But this also doesn't need to be a super long mission.
Yeah, I am game to set chase on this tank.
Okay. There is definitely opportunity to gather more information here before starting the job, and of course you can always flashback. But if you feel like...
Yeah, like that's like really interesting to gather more information. I feel as if we have like a list of clientele, and I would say to the group, we should use this list of clientele to find the one that gets picked up, because we mostly know where they're getting picked up, not really where they're getting dropped off. But like we would want to intercept and then be the package or get taken aboard, right? To then hijack and heist the vehicle. Or we go another route, right? We use a deception and we become a client.
I was going to say, we could just book it. It's not even like a deception.
I don't know, we can afford that. To quote, book it.
You don't have to pay ahead.
DM, help.
Jeremiah... For the highest end, well, I mean, they're all kind of private. A lot of binders are all private, but like for those higher end client, binders, their clients like at that level are like the clients themselves are vetted and come with references and are oftentimes paid up front, which is something you all could do. That could be one of your approaches.
So we find out like who's going to get picked up at what time. We take them out or kidnap them or knock them out or hide them away or whatever, and then we impersonate them. We get
we get them on our side. Somebody who doesn't like that their city is getting thrashed by
we're
the
gonna
tank that comes rolling through. If one of the clientele is either amicable of this, I don't know, one that would be, because that seems like they would be ruining their own reputation. But looking to intercept and deceive would be a way to go about this.
Yeah.
Once we're on board,
we're just impounding their vehicle.
Impounding their demon mid-road. That'd be hilarious. You try stop a big fucking armadillo? I don't think it's going to be something we're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I feel like we need to get this thing to stop for us.
Oh no, when they go to pick up a client, it's already stopped, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Think about these options. I'm just throwing them out as they come off the top of the dome.
Look at that dog. Hell yeah, Travis.
There you go. Travis and John Fruley sets? Who is that?
That's me.
Oh, that is you.
So,
I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. It's from a song.
Nice. Well, there you go. Nova got a big Trito. Another big Trito. Aurora is downstairs, so she'll get hers later.
He'll be sad. The
Okay.
cute of Poochies.
So it sounds like there's a number of ideas of how to approach this. Is there any more information anyone wants to gather before making a determination? Again, the game doesn't want you to sit and like think of like all of the details. So I like that you all aren't diving too far into those plans. That's what the game is trying to avoid. So good job. But you will need to pick one.
Yeah, which route do we want to go? About this?
Exactly.
I think we find out where it's going to be, hit it where it's going to be. We either kill, incapacitate, / remove the driver from the equation, take the brand, problem done. We just ride him to the front door.
Yep. Easy peasy, obviously.
Okay.
Being your best friend.
Sherlock never said that this had to be like on the down low, right? That we will look up to him and he can handle all of the nonsense.
Actually,
right?
what I'm thinking is we take it out of town and we just tell Sturlock where we put it.
Yeah, it probably should not be rolling up at his place, unless he, as I don't know if he wants the fanfare surrounding that. So
he'd be able to handle it, though, probably.
The information gathering I would like to do is to or because Eric can't remember, did he tell me where to put it? Because he basically said, show up at my place with it last time, right? Just come to my place with it, we'll handle it, is my recollection.
Lord Skurlock.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's who you're asking about. Yes.
I thought he said they were going to come and get it from us.
His instructions have been bring it to me.
Yeah, so we'll just show up at his place.
Just show up at his house with it, all right?
Oh, yeah.
And he will probably be thrilled in the sense of this is him exerting his power and he potentially takes credit for all of this. And that's fine by me. We don't need the extra heat, but yeah.
But would we be able to find his place when we want
Yeah,
to?
I've been there.
Yeah, we've all been there, but it's also disappeared.
It did not. No, your memory of him and your interaction with him in his office disappeared.
But the thing with this house, like
Yeah, I think the two of us don't remember where it was at.
You do. You remember where it's at. There was some funniness with like you walked past it without realizing where it was and had to like focus really hard to identify exactly where the house was. Kind of like it I don't know, like the Doctor Who. No, that's not right.
Yeah, but like you just didn't. It was hiding in plain sight. It
Yeah.
was like,
Yes. There was some sort of hiding in plain sight.
Invisibility field.
Yeah.
From Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yes, exactly. That something like that. Yep. Okay. So, sorry, you wanted to gather information on what, Eric?
So he says, I already gathered the information, apparently.
Okay.
Just bring it to him.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it, bud.
All right. So
I'm ready.
What if we use your news network to figure out like a route, like a probable route, and then a spot
we should use Quint's. We're not going to ambush. We are going to show up at the clientele's door and probably strong arm the clientele into pleading for their life, and then we will be the clientele and take over the.
Yeah, no, I like
demon.
it.
Okay, so I put in the resources chat in our Discord server for you all the 6 different types of plans: assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, and transport. This to me sounds like, and if we're considering the tank as the target, you are deceiving the target, luring, tricking, or manipulating the target by use of finding one of the clients, manipulating them into hiring the tank.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Sounds good.
So the detail is the method of deception is an extortion racket, basically, or kidnapping and manipulating one of their
learned a thing
normal
or two
clients.
From our Talon brethren in that
Yes.
we can use multiple forms of leverage.
Yes. Exactly. I'm going to just quickly copy paste like all of the information on the engagement role that I'm going to read for the audience, but in case you want to read along, I just pasted that in our resources channel as well. Sorry, Millman. Lots of reading, but I'll read it out for you.
No, it's fine.
Once the players choose a plan and provide its detail, the GM cuts to the action, describing the scene as the crew starts the operation and encounters their first obstacle. But how is this established? The way the GM describes the starting situation can have a huge impact on how simple or troublesome the operation turns out to be. Rather than expecting the GM to simply get it right each time, we use a dice roll instead. This is the engagement roll. It is a fortune roll starting with 1 die for sheer luck. Modify the dice pool for any major advantages or disadvantages that apply. This operation is particularly bold or daring. I think this is bold or daring.
A little bit.
So plus 1d. Is the operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? Not really. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I would say so, yes. Like you are using an already vetted client. They are weak to that. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations? I think
we're negating that.
What's that?
I think
Well,
we're
we don't know.
negating that because
We don't know.
You wouldn't know if they had
bodyguards or
particular
other stuff.
defenses or special preparations unless you had like done more research, more information gathering. So I'm going to say yes. There are other particular defenses or special preparations in place. So minus 1d. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? I would say yes. You're leaning on your Talon crew on like, here's how we break some knees, bend some arms, and leverage people. So plus 1d. Are enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? Not yet, but there's a chance that could happen. So I'm not going to add the die, but stuff can happen. And this is not like a particularly high tier target. Like they're not a faction. So this is 3d6. This is probably our best odds on an engagement roll so far.
Who's ready to roll dice?
I'll roll it.
All right,
Go for it.
Travis, give us that 3d6.
You can do it.
Come on, 6s.
And
This is a roll you can crit.
666.
engage.
No.
Bad result. You're in a desperate position when the action starts.
Hey, that
Oh,
means
I
more
don't mind.
XP.
I don't mind a
Oh,
couple of desperates.
I'm ready.
oh boy. Okay. I was also making some notes on the obstacles of this.
Let's read what desperate means in this for the audience, obviously.
You want me to find what the definition of desperate means?
If you need a moment to think about where we're starting off.
Yeah, one of us can
Go for it.
find it.
The definition of desperate. I mean, desperate's going to show up a lot in this document.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Let me
that.
go to the front.
Gore planning and engagement.
I mean, like I read the description for a desperate, like the low end for the engagement roll, but let's see if. If you're in a desperate position, the consequences can be severe.
Hell yeah.
You're in serious trouble. You're overreaching your capabilities. You're attempting a dangerous maneuver. Risky is you go head to head. You're acting under duress. You're taking a chance. Controlled, you have a golden opportunity. You're exploiting a dominant advantage. You're set up for success. So you all are in it over your head.
I was gonna say, while we were planning this, we were looking for the spot to strike, right?
Yeah.
I could have set up the ritual to cover an area in front of a building and do like a building size spot,
Yeah.
like a day prior to the actual event. And while the tank is nowhere near it, I just kind of like carve these symbols. Or maybe for something like this, the setup could be a little more close to the actual event, and I just go for something like this. I could just go place coins in spots that they won't be immediately kicked in the proper shape.
Okay, so you're trying to cover the area ahead of time. You're doing a little bit of a flashback, since we just made the engagement roll and I'm supposed to be cutting to the action, but you're flashing back to place these stones around the area. As we know, it costs you stress depending on the order of magnitude of the size, and we advance the like doomsday clock of how many times you can use this before something really bad happens or something huge happens, depending on how big the size is. So I need to know how big of an area you are covering.
Building size.
Okay, I don't
think it would be big enough, because this thing like barely would fit in a room, period. And we want to get the people in the immediate vicinity around this.
Okay.
The result is a bit of the side effect in this case, where we pounce on it, we do our thing, the ritual, and then whoever's immediately around it witnesses, their memories become somehow mixed on what actually.
Not only that, but if you figure out like what the driver knows, that might help Skit like with controlling the demon. Like if you figure out something from him, like and how to control it.
Right.
But you're targeting the room. Okay, so I'm gonna say
in front of the building.
The building of the person who you all are gonna extort, or in front of that building.
Yeah, in front of that building, wherever we have planned the tank to roll up to. I'm gonna center around that.
Okay.
So our target's going to be the demon and its controller, not the people that were like extorting to trick or take an identity or whatever.
Okay. This is a free flashback to plant these stones, but I need you to, like, this is a merchant area. Like, you all are picking a merchant. Like, there are church officials on this list, but they're going to have guards. So you all pick a target that is a merchant, a wealthy merchant, prominent enough that, like, they're on the list. They could have hired mercenaries, they could have guards around their home. So you need to be careful about, like, not being seen as you place these stones around. I'm going to need a prowl check from you to do this. This is controlled standard.
Absolutely.
But the flashback is free to attempt this
one.
Okay. Severian, take 1 stress to assist and give Quint plus 1d. You can push yourself, Quint, or take a devil's bargain.
What's the bargain?
Plus 1 heat.
We can take 3 heat before we go up a level. So either way, we're going to go up a level after this mission, probably.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Risky standard, you said?
Okay. This is controlled standard, so you are taking the devil's bargain?
Yes.
Okay. Then take plus 2 dice.
Controlled standard. And 2 bonus dice.
Yep.
Submit.
That is a 4. Controlled standard. you hesitate, withdraw, and try a different approach, or else do it with a minor consequence. A minor complication occurs, you have reduced effect, you suffer lesser harm, you end up in a risky position. So there are actively Rust Brothers patrolling this area at the time you chose to try and plant these. So you'll need to either come back and make another attempt, or increase your efforts to stay hidden, or potentially be seen and make a risk. Like, either you can come back another time and make another controlled roll, but that will be your last opportunity to do this because the day of the mission is the next day, or you can do it now with a risky roll. Or in a risky position.
If I do it now, I can spend a coin and push myself to get 2 bonus dice.
You cannot spend coin now. We are no longer in downtime actions.
Okay.
Yes.
So it'd just be 2 stress to get 1 bonus dice.
Correct. Or Severian could continue to help you, or I can give you more devil's bargains.
I'm happy to assist. I can take +2 stress as well.
Which is +1 for assisting.
It is +1 to assist.
Oh, okay.
So do we do it now, or do we come back and do a controlled?
Do it now.
Yeah. We'll do it now. I will push myself, add 2 stress.
Okay, so now that you know that the Rust Brothers are there, what are you doing now that you're in a risky position? Like, what are you doing about that, or are you just moving for? Like, are you doing anything about the Rust Brothers before planting them, or are you just gonna go forward planting them?
I think a diversion will have to be used to draw the Rust Brothers away from me to do this.
Okay.
So they don't ask any questions or whatever. They see me like kneel down for a small amount of time in one spot, probably not a big deal, but they see me like going around, kneeling down in each space, carving things. They're probably gonna be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Who is going to handle dealing with the Rust Brothers? Is it you, Quint, or someone else?
I might be able to do it.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Maybe I come up to them. I gotta think of something good.
Bring the Talon. Start a riot.
I could do the weather thing to obscure the area, but I have to push in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's like pushing myself twice or what.
So we're in like a merchant area, like a pretty high class.
Yeah. So like looking at the map, we are in Brightstone, which is the merchant area. I have listed in the faction area. Brightstone is the grand mansions and luxury shops of the wealthy elite.
All right. So I think what I do is we've probably got our 2. We've got 2 now. Our 2 like friends that we joined from the Talons.
Mm-hmm.
So I like quickly tell one of them to cause a distraction by like breaking into a shop or something, like a little bit down the street, and then I'm going to go to the Rust Brothers and convince them to like go after this guy, to bring them away from the area that Quint's trying to place this.
Oh my god!
And like sprint after this dude.
Okay.
But we already said we're risky now, right?
Yeah, this is a risky position. So, like, the Rust Brothers are taking note of you all. Like they're in the area and they see you, but, like, they don't specifically notice you, like, carving anything yet. But they're, like, present in the area. It's, like, the middle of the night, and they're kind of, like, keeping an eye on you because they don't really know what's going on. So, you are, like, setting up this distraction. I believe to use cohorts, you need to use a command to tell them what to do. Let me look at cohorts really quick again. Page 9.
Obedience with the personality. Lead in action with one of the crew's gangs.
Yes. Using a cohort. When you send a cohort to achieve a goal, roll their quality to see how it goes. Or a PC can oversee the maneuver by leading a group action. If you direct the cohort with orders, roll command. Okay, so we can roll their quality, which is their quality as the Talon. They are impaired, so they have -1D, and y'all have a 0 tier, so they are rolling at disadvantage.
All right, maybe that's not the best option then. Any other ideas for distractions for this?
The heavy fog thing. Is there a way that I could pull that off?
Absolutely. Like, you can just do that anytime you want.
Okay, so I can. It normally costs 2 stress to do it, and it's pushing myself. And then with the roll that I'm attempting, that pushing myself has already been counted, and I get
Yes.
a benefit. Or
So you would roll a tune with +1D,
right.
and you
Okay.
could still take a devil's bargain or help. But you would have 4 die at that point.
Yeah, and Jeremiah is helping with 1 stress.
Okay.
Okay, I pushed. Wait, I was down to 1 stress. Then I added 3. I think I added 2 because I pushed myself last time.
Did you assist someone?
I did assist someone.
Okay.
Now I need to push myself 2 more.
Woof. You're already back up to 6 stress.
Yep.
And Jeremiah, you are still helping at this point?
Yeah, I'll help.
The devil's bargain.
The devil's bargain is more heat. It's 1 heat for 1 more die. Still.
Yeah, I didn't push myself with the last check. I took a devil's bargain, so the 2 stress, I just added that for this roll that I'm about to do. So I'm
I see. Okay.
yeah.
All right. I will add the heat now then.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I
So,
think someone already added the heat.
I did.
Oh, you did. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
And it is risky now,
This is risky standard.
standard, and push myself. Jeremiah helping.
Yep.
So 2 bonus die.
Yep. That's right.
Submit.
That's a 6. You do it.
Okay.
So the fog rolls in quickly as you call on the weather. I don't actually know exactly what Jeremiah is doing to help.
Probably helping supply, like I'm holding the tool that he's using to inscribe the ground with.
The Rust brothers are looking at me and keeping an eye on me because they saw me trying to carve stuff down, and I had to stand up and abandon it, and I was like, shit. Now, if they see me casting this fog, which it is a thing I have to do, then okay, they're gonna just come and tackle me. So he does distract them for like a split moment while I cast the fog down or something.
I think the Rust brothers had noted that you all were there. I don't think they had made you as criminals quite yet.
Okay.
But they took an interest in you. Like, what are these people doing in the middle of the night, like loitering? But you call in the smoke. You're able to quickly add like the one rune you were working on, the pattern, and then you all disappear by the time they kind of like get closer, and you all are able to make use of the clouds and fog to do the rest of this. So the flashback I consider to be complete.
Awesome.
Okay. So you're able to make to determine what people are thinking in this area outside of the building. So back to our engagement roll, which was a failure, and you all are in a desperate position. That roll still stands. Like this doesn't undo that, but it does kind of change how I'm going to contextualize it. So you all break into this merchant's house or knock on his door and just like shove him inside. You threaten him and or his family. He's probably got a family here, so I think this is an unfortunate situation, but you gotta threaten the spouse, you gotta threaten the kids, and you force this guy to call upon Roose Roble and the tank, his demon, and he like sends a messenger. He makes an appointment for the next morning, and you can feel the ground rumbling the next morning as the tank is rolling up. And this thing is big. It's like 2 stories tall, 2.5 stories tall, all curled up. And it kind of like rolls itself out and like kind of goes into quadruped mode, even though it's probably got like 6 or 8 legs at this point. Roose Roble, he is like a circus performer. He is like running on top of this thing as it is rolling down the street. And then he hops off and he comes up and knocks on the door. You, Quint, can detect his thoughts, however. Hang on, let's go over this ritual. What does it do exactly? I have my notes here. So you have the benefit to extract information from people's minds. Once the connection is severed, however, the target area remembers events differently, which allows you to mitigate heat. But the mind wipe is too neat.
It's too neat as in this is not a mind wipe.
Oh, right. It just alters the details, and you have no control over that.
Scrambles their memory.
Okay. So, you are making a check to attune to this guy's mind.
Right. So I think I have to have enacted the ritual right before this guy is like knocking on the door, like
right.
Pretty close before this is knocking on the door, because it requires me to wear my mask to stay attuned. And severing the connection is removing the mask.
Yeah.
So Quint is focused on this right now. The way I saw this mechanically working was if we have specific questions, we can ask them, and then we do the roll to see whether or not I get the answers.
Okay. Make fortune rolls with attune on questions. Yeah. So first, because of the area of effect, you need to take stress to like activate this ritual.
Yeah. So building stress.
Yes, you said it was outside the building, but it is not as large as a city block area. So yeah, we'll take building. So take 2 stress. And then I'm going to start a clock that is the mind reading ritual reaches an apex. And that is going to be a 12-step clock. We determined that if you use this on a room-sized area, you add 1 step to this clock. So I'm going to tick that 1 step forward.
Building size is what we're doing, right?
Yes, sorry. Building size. That is 2 steps. Correct. Thank you. So what are your questions?
So we wanted to know how he controls the tank, right? That's one of them.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
Give me a fortune roll with attune. These are fortune rolls, so you can push yourself if you want, but there's no risk to it.
Okay, so 3, boom, and this is control tank, so we don't lose track of what
good
questions got the result.
That's a 5. So you're moving through Roos's mind. He has a very ornate, top of the line, like also personally modified what do we call those? Brand. This is going to be a stronger brand than what Jeremiah has. Like, Jeremiah is not going to be able to just simply take control of the tank from Roos.
We'll need to take the brand from him.
So I'll just go ahead and reveal that there is a 8-step clock called a Roos Roble.
I turn to the merchant and say, what are the next steps? We would like him to come inside. I don't know if that, what happens when you get picked up by Roos?
What happens when you get picked up by Roos?
Yeah, he's asking the merchant.
Yeah, what are the steps that happen next? Because we want you to have him come inside. We can strong arm him.
Ooh. Roos is very explicit that his patrons open the door and follow him to the cabin. And we enter. We're supposed to enter the cabin. Only those who have hired transportation, 1 to 2 people, are allowed to come with. If anything's amiss, he enacts some sort of emergency procedure.
Yeah, but it looks like you're indisposed, so he's going to need to come in and wait. I'm not your normal help that's around. He probably won't recognize me. I don't think that will be too amiss, but what do you think, boys? I'll pose as a houseboy here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh God. Oh God. He doesn't like surprises.
How is this a surprise? Your damaged arm there needs to be looked at, or does it?
Fine.
Maybe your wife or child's damaged arm?
No. Yes. Yep. It's fine. I have a +1 today. That's fine. But I'm telling you, if he sees more than just you, like when I open this door.
You're not opening that door. You're in the back taking care of your damaged arm. I will be opening the door.
He won't come inside.
Well, boys, exit out the back, and then we'll jump him and push him in. What do you think?
Quint, do you have any other questions going through Roos's mind?
We got the control object. We know.
What is? Can we know the command? Are there command words for demons when they're branded? Do they have like fail-safe command words? Also, if you have access to his mind, where does he sleep at night?
Where does the demon sleep?
Where does he and the demon? Like, we can know both.
I think this is like a flashback to us, like going over the questions to ask.
No, I'm asking like right here in the room. Like,
yeah, because we're standing right next to you, so you can just channel through.
We don't need a flashback. I'm just asking you in the room right now, while he's like walking up.
Okay. All right. I will ask if there's. I'll ask what the fail-safe plan is if something is amiss.
Okay, give me your fortune roll.
Come on, roll well. Oh, this music. It's bringing so much attention.
Oof.
Okay.
That's a miss.
That is a miss. So the fail-safe plan, and this like first. Okay, when you fail a roll, that will be your last question. That's how this is going to work.
Lose the beat on his mind, and I can't sift through his thoughts
Right.
or something.
And part of it, it's either going to be that it's going to be your last question, or I'm going to hand you an answer that's so devastating that that's bad news. And it's both in this case because Roos is planning. Like, he is in the emergency procedure phase. He has been tipped off by this merchant somehow. And he has alerted the authorities. The Rust brothers are waiting outside, hidden.
I'll relay this to the others immediately. Like, Quint, I think, starts to like shake a little bit. Suddenly, like, this has been our score, and suddenly we are prey.
Yes.
Is the realization.
You all start in a desperate position.
Yeah. I don't understand how, but he knows, and he's got the Rust brothers with him, and they know they're in hiding at this location. They're just waiting for us.
Well, it sounds like he's forfeited his family then. If we go down burning out, so does your family.
Oh, he's in the room with us, right?
Yeah, I'm staring him in his face.
No,
With
please,
his family
please.
right there.
Oh my God. No, I don't know what happened.
You do know what happened.
You
told them.
can detect if people are lying to you, right?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, he's lying to you.
You're a bold-faced liar, and you're lying to my face, which is very disrespectful. I pull out a knife, a dagger that I have on me, and I bring it up to. I have his like hand, and I bring it up to like. Wouldn't it be a shame if a merchant couldn't write anymore?
I'm not lying. I swear I don't know. He's lying.
You're still lying. I dig the knife into his hand.
Please
Stop
no.
lying to me.
I think
He
while this
begins
was,
to
like, going
cry
on-
out, and Roos is on the other side of the door.
Yeah.
So
here's where I want to go back to where Garrow said, "Hey, go out the back door because we got to push this guy inside." I think I'm on the street walking down, waiting for that door to open up, and I'm kind of behind this driver, ready to just tackle him into the door. I don't think I know about the Rust brothers or anything like that.
No.
oh my God.
So waiting for this door to open up and then just.
Oh
go
my
in.
God. I love this use of flashback. That's so good. Okay. You're walking down the street. You don't, know, like the Rust brothers aren't popping out because they don't have any reason to suspect you. You're just a passersby. And then you make a break to tackle him through the door. That's what you're describing?
As soon as the door opens up, yeah. So if the door's not open, then I'm just like loitering for like half a second or 20 seconds.
So
I'm hoping that I can time this so that when they invite him in, I can get him.
All
well,
I can think of is you're just standing there admiring the carriage, like you're just a passerby that's like, whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
whoa!
is this the tank? Holy shit, it's huge. Looking up close, it has like these plates, of chitin that are like inches thick. Like weapons cannot cut through this, like through its hide. Or at least you would suspect as much.
This thing could take down an entire city block by itself.
Probably if it like went into a fit of rage. And you're keeping an eye waiting for that door to open, Severian, but you hear the sound of a cry from inside the building, like very faintly, but Roos hears it even louder, and Roos begins to look like concerned, and he begins walking towards you. Like in a rushed pace.
Hey, is this your demon? You control this thing?
Out of my way. And he like just
What do you mean? Wait, you have time for me?
don't touch the demon. You could be hurt. Please stand back. And he begins like climbing, like there's little holds. He begins climbing up on the demon. Garros, inside you can see that your target is leaving.
Boys, it seems that our target is leaving. Do we murder
Take his
this
hand.
merchant here?
Take his hand and we'll leave.
because we will need some sort of payment
We could
for your discretions.
We could just go out
Transgressions.
the door, spring their trap. As they come to apprehend us or myself, I'll do it. I sever the connection. Their minds will be affected.
Oh,
Sure, let's do it.
brain. But one moment. Can I crush that guy's hand? Can I use
One
like
second.
brain?
That include my mind too.
I think Quint's going to go out by himself.
I mean, that'll be very exciting.
Okay, area of effect, objects with pattern placement.
I have a pattern on me.
Quint is the focus. Area of effect or targets. So it sounds like Quint can select who he wants to target the mind of.
Everyone but you.
Yeah, so
I thought that was more in deciding the ritual at the start. Like, it's a different ritual to do a room side effect or a building side.
Okay.
Or a target.
So you think this does affect Severian a little bit?
Yeah, I think it affects anyone within that constellation symbol area.
Which we probably place to be like at the front door and then out to the street, maybe to the next street a little bit.
It's a building area, so probably just covering the street in front of this particular building we're in.
Quint, roll me a 1d6 fortune die, please.
Okay.
Hell
I called it yay.
Okay. You have written here, once the connection is severed, the target / area remember events during the ritual differently. Side effect, it alters details of the memory and is not controllable. So you rolled a 1, so this is not to your benefit, how details are being changed. Okay. Oh my god, I was not prepared for this.
We're doing great, boys. Very consistent. One end or the other of the dice.
Yeah. No kidding.
Outside, you hear Roos.
Roll of attune, determine effect.
What's that?
Action roll of attune to determine effect. Is this the effect that we're determining? The memory thing?
To determine the effect.
Proportion rolls with attune on questions. Action roll of attune to determine the effect.
I think the effect is like the quality of the information relating to the previous bullet. Make fortune. Oh wait, no, that is separate. Okay, yeah. Give me an attune roll.
Okay.
To determine how bad this is, not a 1d6 fortune roll. Oh man, I figured out what I was going to do on a 1.
This is desperate, right?
Hey, you might still get it.
Yes, this is desperate.
Mark XP.
Mark XP, please.
Effect standard.
Standard, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Do I push myself? I'll just do it live. 4.
A 4. Okay, this is definitely not as bad as a 1.
Yeah.
Severian. Severian. It's go time. This is the plan. You're here to nab him right here, right now.
I grab him right now and I throw him to the street.
Well, he's climbing. He's climbing this massive, scary demon. but like
He's just grabbing him by the jersey and throwing
Yeah.
him
No,
to the
this is
ground.
time.
and you see as he's like, get out of my way,
I'm
and
not-
he's
I'm not
also climbing. He's like,
just
get out of my
grabbing him by
way.
the jersey. I'm
What's-
leaping onto his back and I'm stabbing him repeatedly.
Oh my god. Oh my
Like,
god.
this is like the plan C.
It's go time. That's what
Hey,
we did.
we might have to kill this guy because he's controlling this demon.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
gonna leap onto his back and fucking worm count him. You know, this is Saruman in front of me.
Oh my god. Give me a,
I love you so
a
much.
skirmish check, Severian. I'm gonna. Oh my god. I feel like I need to play rap battle
Do it.
or action.
Do it
Here's
now.
where I would argue this could potentially be probable because this guy doesn't expect me, and it specifically says ambush with close violence, backstab, throat cutting, blackjack.
Here's the
etc.
problem.
This is definitely-
He also remembers events differently. He remembers that you are chasing after him, some street rat
Okay.
trying to attack him. And so there's this
Sure.
moment of like, he's like, please step away from my demon. It's dangerous. And then you both like kind of have this like frazzled moment and you lock eyes and he's like, get away from me. And you're like, it's go time.
So I'm gonna push myself.
Okay.
Which pushes me to 8 stress. And
Oh,
now I'm gonna
shit. Would you
skirmish.
like a devil's bargain?
Yeah. What's the devil's bargain?
You can take an extra die, but the demon is going to knock you away. You won't take damage, but the demon will like react and push you away, and this will be your last opportunity to like engage with him if you don't succeed.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, take plus 1d. So that's 2 bonus die, it sounds like.
Oh, so that's in addition to the pushing.
In addition to push, I mean, you can undo pushing yourself if you want.
No, I'll do both.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a desperate.
This is desperate, desperate standard.
Right.
And I have the Roos Roble clock here on the map.
4.
Okay. On a desperate standard. So mark XP in prowess if you haven't already. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm. A serious complication occurs. So you grab him and pull him off. Like you're pulling him off of his demon, the tank. He punches you in the face. I think on severe harm, I'm supposed to give you a level 3 harm, but I don't think that's appropriate. I think I'm going to give you the level 2 harm. What's a word to describe like when you get punched in the face and you're
You
like,
give him a cracked jaw
Busted,
or a
yeah.
busted,
Broken nose.
or
Oh,
a
yeah,
busted eye socket. Like you can give him a lot
like
of
yeah,
facial
broken
trauma.
nose I think is really good. Like he lands hard, but he gets a good shot in on you on his way
I think that's
down.
maybe like I was pulling this guy down and then he breaks my nose and then that's where the a blade or two comes out and I just begin shaking the guy over and over again.
Okay. On a 4 desperate, so you will take the Roos Roble clock 2 steps forward. He is armored. So like you're stabbing at him and you're getting a couple of hits in, but his armor's blocking a lot of the hits.
Okay.
And you are like wrestling with him on the ground. In the distance through the windows, you all can see this happening, and you're like rushing out. Presumably,
Yeah, I'm
but
gonna
you
come out.
but you see that Rust Brothers are stepping out from around the city block. Or around the square outside this guy's house, and they are closing in to arrest Severian. What do you do?
The goal here, perhaps this played out in my mind different than I portrayed, but I was suggesting that Quint step outside and trigger the Rust Brother ambush and then sever the connection. So he's trying to get the Rust Brothers to forget. And
They're all going to be confused is what the goal was.
So this is all going on as well.
yeah, Quint like busts out of the room, triggering the Rust Brother ambush. As they start rushing in, he rips off his mask, and this is while I forgot his name already. Roos
Severian. Roos.
climbed the demon, and Severian is climbing up after him.
Well, I think, like, so we don't retcon it, maybe the guy starts climbing up on the demon. He steps out, the Rust Brothers, like, step out. I don't know, and then you take the mask off, and while I'm grabbing and pulling him down because of the mask. Or I don't know, maybe I see the door open up, and that's when I went, all right, I'm going to snag this guy now.
Quint, can you give me a survey check to, like, just get the timing right on this?
Okay.
This is studying a situation.
Devil's bargain, so I can get a die and not disadvantage. Maybe.
Yeah.
Break the mask if you fail. Or damage him.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Take away stuff. That's a good idea. Oh, everyone should have chosen their load, by the way, and reset all their items.
Done.
I don't see why heavy is not a good idea here, but
This is the one time I go light, just cause.
Our load levels did go up too because of the stuff we did last.
Yeah,
session.
boys. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at normal.
I'm just gonna take away a coin. Like, I have no narrative explanation for it, but it'll cost a coin.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
All right, survey desperate.
Yeah, this is desperate standard. And go ahead.
Bonus dice 1, which would bring it to 1 total.
Yep.
It should.
That's a 2. Okay.
Mark XP.
Mark XP. I will go ahead and start the Rust Brother clock,
Okay.
which is also a 8-step clock. So they'll, nameplate on. So you managed to get a couple of the Rust Brothers who just look confused. And they're like delayed a little bit. They're going to be in a stupor for a little while. What they're remembering is very different, and they have no idea what's going on. And they are like, brothers, what's going on? Someone please explain to me what's happening. What are we doing? And you're just sowing a bit of confusion, and it'll delay them a bit, but not a lot. Okay. So we'll take that forward one step.
When I was nervous, he jumped the gun a little bit.
Yes.
This is the first time he's actually done the ritual, so
yeah,
bound to have a hiccup or two.
Okay. So Quint steps out. He is like in his mind focusing on trying to like disrupt the Rust Brothers, and he's like taking in the effect that's happening and is a little disappointed. Meanwhile, Garros, Jeremiah, what are you doing?
I'm gonna push past Quinn and run down and stomp on the dude's head. Like, I just want to assist on getting him incapacitated so he doesn't say any command words.
Okay.
So Roos's head. I'm gonna give a wreck, right?
That sounds like a wreck.
Skirmish. Oh yes.
Or I'm sorry. Wreck is. Oops. Hang on. Let me look at the difference.
Applied sabotage, breach defense. No, it would be.
Wreck would be like trying to destroy his brand, whereas skirmish would be like beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, I want to assist on the beating the shit out of him. Position desperate.
Yeah, this will be desperate standard.
Okay. I'm gonna push myself.
Okay.
2.
Yeah, so it's the worst outcome. You suffer severe harm. A complication occurs. You lose this opportunity. So mark prowess, mark XP and prowess. And his demon is going to turn and kick you. Take the level 3 harm, gashed. So level 3 harm is need help. You cannot act unless you push yourself, I believe is what this means. I'm going to double check. But you just got hit by a...
Drop that down?
Yeah, you could spend armor to drop that down. Yes, actually.
Ooh,
good call.
I'm definitely going to take the armor then.
Okay. As a reminder, I believe you can spend 1 point of armor per level of damage. That
would be because I spent the 2 straight up.
Hang on, let me see. Armor. Let me see if armor is
Yeah,
on.
you have armor uses, and there's armor, heavy, and special. So if you have a heavy loadout, you have 2 ticks of it. If you have a regular armor, you have 1 tick and it drops it.
Oh yeah,
Is
that's
my
right.
understanding.
Okay. I also forgot, y'all, and I need to be reminding you all, you can resist consequences of actions. You can't turn failures into successes, but you can resist and just take stress instead.
Oh,
So
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to wear the armor, which will drop it down by 1, and then I want to try to resist it.
so each dot of your armor, I believe, reduces the harm 1 per tick box. You don't have to spend both ticks if you don't want to.
I don't mind. I don't mind bringing it down because I'm already bruised.
Okay. So that would bring you down from gashed to like cut. Like as a level 1 harm, or if you're bringing it just down to level 2.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I try to resist it? So what do I need to roll to resist?
So you would tell me how. I mean, usually I set how you're doing that. I think it's just prowess, like dodging out of the way of the hit.
Okay.
So
I don't have dice for this, so let's fucking
you
go.
click the word prowess, and you would roll
Yep.
2d6 and take 6 stress minus the highest die roll because you have 2 dots in prowess.
is it 1 stress or 2 to do this?
It is 6 stress minus your highest die roll.
Okay.
And
so,
you roll
position.
prowess shouldn't be a position. You clicked the word prowess.
Oh, right. I didn't click the right section.
There you go.
Prowess. And then how many die is it? So it'd be 2.
So you don't get any bonus die, but it will roll. So again,
The
like
amount of them.
yeah, however many
So okay.
skills you have points in that section.
Come on, roll.
So this will be 2d6.
I need to roll 3 or higher.
That's a 4.
Baby.
So take 2 stress.
2 stress.
And
then
you
no
just
cut.
yeah, I think between that and your armor, you like completely negate the damage. So very close call. Your armor is completely shattered. And you manage to just narrowly not suffer like a near lethal blow.
Narratively, I kind of see that the leg is too big to like get a good clean hit on him, but it does hit him and swipe him away, and it's like this little hug on the leg, and then like armor falls off. Like,
Yeah.
It just
God.
rips it off my body.
I think you're knocked back towards the house as well. So that is an additional consequence. You could also resist that, but at least you didn't suffer any damage.
Nope, I'm happy just not to take damage because I'm already bruised.
Yep.
We Gucci.
Okay. Garros, what are you up to?
I'm holding this guy by his hand with a knife in his hand, and I tell him, if we lose everything, you lose everything. And I pull out a let's see here. You can have guns, right? Guns are a thing?
No.
Guns are not a thing. I pull out
Those throwing knives.
I was going to the same thing I had last. Yeah, the same weapon I had last time, which was incendiary flashbangs. But if you throw them around a house, the house goes up in fire. So I pull out from my satchel behind my back, like one of these. Like going to talk to Jabba the Hutt. You have a thermal grenade.
Thermal
with you,
detonator,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what's happening here. As I have one hand holding his wrist and with a knife in it, through it, really. And I have the thermal detonator. If we lose everything, you lose everything. Stop lying to me and get this situation under control, or you lose it all. And I'm gonna aim it at his, and I point at his family with like my hand on the thermal detonator.
Jesus Christ.
Get this situation under control. Okay.
Maybe he has like special words. Maybe he's in with the Rust brothers. Maybe this is all a big mistake. If he can get it under control, that's great. If not, he loses everything.
Don't fuck with coffee. He will burn your family and you and your home all
damn.
in one go. Shit.
He's been lying to me. Stop lying to me.
Okay. What action are you using with this?
I would like it's either a command or a sway.
Yeah.
Probably command to do this.
Yeah, I think this is a command. Though I think this is desperate great.
Yeah. Pushing myself is 1 stress or 2?
2 stress to push yourself, 1 to receive help. But
Okay.
it sounds like everyone else is kind of caught up in their
Everyone
own
else is
shit.
Gone. Then what's my devil's bargain?
It works, but Severian goes to jail.
You would take 1 heat.
Yeah, let's take that heat then, I guess, because
Okay.
I need an extra dice because my command's not so good.
This guy is not in the area of effect of remember modification, so yeah, he's gonna remember who you all are.
Fear is real.
Oh yeah, for sure. So command, and you said desperate and
Desperate,
submit.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, desperate, great. Click.
Okay, I'm
Submit,
gonna
plus
give
1
you all.
dice,
All right.
plus 2
Come on.
dice.
I love the roleplay of a demon that hates liars.
Right?
So good.
6, baby! Fucking look at him go!
Finally.
Ooh,
All right.
that's right.
He's like, I'm so sorry. I'll handle this. And he like steps outside and he's like, officers,
I take a
officers,
knife out of his hand.
this was all a big misunderstanding. Please, there's no need for violence, no need to make arrests. And he just sows further confusion into the situation. Many of the Rust brothers who are charging forward and see the I don't know if they see the scrap that's happening because the tank is so large. There's a couple that do and are still charging towards, but many out in the street, like directly on the other side of the tank, stop and become confused. So you are going to advance. Do you have any harm?
Me? No, I have no harm.
Oh, that's right. You cleared your harm. So that you advance the clock 3 ticks.
To get like the situation under control, or
I think
they're
so.
going to arrest us all, or
To just the clock represents dealing with the Rust brothers. I think
Got
that
it.
their memory is still kind of like locking into what is happening. Like there's some delay, like the area of effect is still happening and like they just stepped into it and there's some weird lingering magical bullshit happening. And they are suggestible in this moment. So many of them are confused.
so Rust brother on the left, Rousseau or whatever his name is on the right.
Roos Roble. Okay, here I'll draw us a picture here.
You can put the tank one on tank. Just put the clock up on the tank over there.
Oh yeah, there we go. So
Bottom left corner or something. That just makes it clearer for me or whatever.
so I'm imagining. I'll draw a picture right below this, and I think I need to move the cam. There we go. So you all are in the house, or out front of the house. Here's like the walkway. In the street is the tank. Roos Roble here is scrapping with Severian. Jeremiah just got knocked back to the entrance and is next to Quint, right by the front entrance. And Rust Brothers are charging from like all angles, really. So like the ones behind the tank are super confused and like all stopped at this point, but there are those on the left and right charging in.
Yep, love it. Okay. That's kind of the thing I had in my head. It's just all the clocks are the same and have no names.
Oh, sorry.
on them.
And we can't
So it's
even
just
see
like-
the names on the clocks. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
there you go.
I
Hey,
thought these
that's way
were
better.
by default visible.
Hey,
That would
that's
help.
what I was getting at. All right. Yeah. No, I had this exact scene in my head. I just looked at both clocks and was like, oh, there's no names. Oh God, the odd one
Yeah,
out.
my bad.
No, you're good. Cool. That's me. I'm sitting there menacing at the family.
All
basically.
right. So, Garros, your merchant is helping. Quint, you know, you're kind of taking this all in. Severian, you're on the ground in a scrap with Roos. Jeremiah, you just had the shit nearly knocked out of
Knocked out of
you,
me.
but you got but you at least, you know, got knocked back.
Stress, man. Stress is real.
Rust Brothers closing in. Roos is still in fighting stance. So what do you do?
So here's what I do. I abandon the knife because I know this guy's got armor. I'm not very good at knife fighting anyways because, of course, I skipped those classes back at the academy. And I reach into my pocket. I dig out a handful of my trance powder. And I
Ooh.
want to just, like, shove it into his face and get him, like, snorted up.
Okay.
You know, get him, like, fully dosed up. And I don't even care if I get myself dosed with this.
He's
I'm
like, I'm
thinking,
used to it. I need a whole kilo to get off.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe this is like a pocket sand type deal. Like I mean, I get it out, you know, I throw the knife down. I'm still tussling with him, and I just throw it right up into his face. So even if it just blinds him, that's probably pretty effective. But hopefully, it gets him fucked up.
This sounds like a, oh boy, finesse to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of like sleight of hand to get it into his
It's
face.
sand.
Yeah, he's not expecting this. He's expecting me to throw a punch or to try
Yeah.
to stab him.
Your devil's bargain is it will also take effect on you if you take plus 1d. I like you describing just like
Yeah, I'll do it. I get
It's
plus
so
15, but
much.
that's
You
okay.
keep such a load on you that it's too much.
Well, yeah, so last time I bought a dose, but I never actually, did my vice or whatever. So I still have like the 4 times load on me. So desperate again.
yes.
Standard.
No, this is risky. This is risky. Great.
All right.
Where we all roll
No,
sixes.
I'm sorry.
Come
I'm
on.
sorry. This is desperate. There's still a big, huge fucking demon right next to you.
There's still everything happening.
Yeah. I hope
Desperate,
everyone's
right?
been marking XP for their desperate rolls.
Yeah.
It's still great though.
Yes, desperate. Great.
Okay, and then just plus 1 die.
Isn't it plus 2 for Devil's Bargain?
Yeah, 1 for Devil's Bargain, and wait, is that all you're taking
think that's
advantage
good.
of?
Yeah, I don't have any. I'm not pushing myself.
Yeah,
I've
okay,
only
then
got
just one
more
bonus
stress.
die.
Yeah, plus 1. Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
It's a 3,
I get
dude.
myself. It's like that video of that cop just pepper spraying himself in the canoe with like some random dude.
Yeah, just take the level 3 harm tranced. As you throw this,
This-
and he just pulls a cloak and just like completely covers his like face,
Fucking
and it just
Batman.
like you're
Okay.
Reckless-
So I wanna.
uh-huh.
So trance is like putting you out of it, right?
Yeah, so let me describe all of the consequences that are going to happen, and then you can pick and choose if you're going to resist any of them. So you're going to take the level 3 harm tranced, and then he is going to like start climbing his demon again to get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna. I don't know if I can mechanically. No. Yeah. I'll try to resist it.
What are you resisting?
The
The harm or him getting away, or?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. So I think I'll take the harm and try to resist him like climbing back onto the demon.
Okay.
So like maybe one last final, I grab onto his boot
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm
That's
still
That big
fucked up and
cloak?
drugged out, but I
That big
grab
cloak
his,
he has?
yeah, his big Batman cloak.
yeah. I like
His
that.
bulletproof cloak.
That sounds like either prowess, like you're just physically exerting yourself, or resolve, you're like hanging on to consciousness for a little moment. I don't think mechanically it makes a difference because you're rolling 2d6 either way, but you paint a picture for me,
Yeah.
like which is it?
I think it's going to be resolved. Like, I'm just trying to physically resist this drug that, I mean, I'm pretty used to it, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to fight. Like, when I take this, I want to just sort of, like, go into it, you know? Like,
Okay.
I don't normally resist it. So for me to resist is kind of a big deal.
Okay. Give me a resolve
So,
resistance.
5.
You still take 1 stress. And that is
yeah.
going to max you out on stress. So you pass out into a trance, and we will come back to you as you are knocked out of this conflict for the moment. You pull his cloak and he falls back down and he's like, God's damn it. No, he says, Rust, damn it. And he's pulled back down. Meanwhile, the rest of the party, I know we're like a bit over on time. I want to give everyone else a moment to act here before we close the curtain for tonight. As
I like
he's
that Severian just has a blanket that he's cuddled up with and has a blanket as a cloak. Like,
it's pretty
so
good.
you can't get away from it. Just, oh yeah, blanket.
Yeah. You all see Roos just like fall backwards onto Severian, and Severian just goes limp. And Roos is like clambering over him, like gives him an elbow in the head, and then just like
Hits
starts
my
to
broken nose again.
yeah, like is realizing like, oh, he's not fighting back. Okay, I gotta get up. And then, you know, what are you all doing as he's getting up?
I'll rush over and try to hit him with one of my brands. Like, I'm going to use it like a small mace and just fucking knock him.
Okay.
I want to make sure he doesn't climb up.
All right, give me a skirmish.
Okay, desperate.
This is going to be risky standard.
Risky standard.
Nope,
Cool.
I'm sorry. This is still desperate. There's still a demon there. There's still Rust Brothers.
Okay. Desperate. Standard. I'm not pushing myself because I don't want to black out again.
Severian, did you mark XP for that finesse?
I think so.
Looks like you stepped away.
Oh, he did step away. Okay.
Man.
It's going great.
Getting the bad ones out. So
It's
These two can just pull it through.
It's the worst outcome. You suffer severe harm. A complication occurs. You lose this opportunity. You run up to smack this guy, and Rust Brothers close in on you and just grab you by the arms. One of them like punches you in the forearm and like rips the brand out of your hand and throws it on the ground. Take the level, let's see. So here are the consequences. They take you into their custody. You are essentially restrained and being grappled with multiple Rust Brothers. And you're going to take the level 3 harm. Another one of them is just going to sock you in the jaw. So take the level 3 harm. Socks knocked off.
Okay.
Or I don't have another good word. I'm getting very
willing-
tired.
Oh,
Would you like to
I-
resist either one of those, the harm or being like the fictional position of being restrained?
I don't want to be restrained. Like, that's like my one thing is they're going to get my brand, and that's I refuse. So I want to resist that. I don't mind having my socks knocked off / broken jaw. That's fine with me.
Yeah. Oh,
As
okay.
long
Broken
as they
broken
get-
jaw, I think, is a really good one.
Yeah.
Is it a level 2 harm or a level 3
It's
harm?
a level 3 harm. Like when you're in a desperate position and you fail a roll, you suffer
Yeah. It's
severe
Really
harm.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I was making sure.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna resist the restrain.
Okay.
Would that be a skirmish?
No,
Oh, no, it's a prowess.
It's prowess, yeah.
Okay.
So you only have 2 stress to give, so you need to roll a 5 or a 6. That's a 6. You suffer no stress.
Oh yeah.
Very nice. You like twist away from their like attempts to grapple you. You still get hit in the jaw by a third Rust brother. And Jeremiah, you create like a little bit of space for yourself. I need to know what Garros and Quint are doing here. You've got a buddy laying on the ground. Your target is about to start climbing up again. Jeremiah is being surrounded, and the target has protection from the cops.
So Ruth is about to start climbing the demon again.
Yeah, but he hasn't yet. He's getting up as Jeremiah is like rushing towards him and getting nearly caught.
And the Rust Brothers are on us now.
Yeah, there are 3 Rust brothers.
Gonna lightning bolt them.
Oh shit!
Do you
Yeah,
have the stress left?
We're all taking trauma today.
he's got 3 stress to give. He could take the 2.
Oh, he can do the lightning bolt and put down our target. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They're in close proximity that this action would affect both clocks. Like you could hit Roos and the Rust brothers if things go well.
And the demon.
And the demon. Well, so here, okay, I need to introduce a new clock if that's the case.
Oh, no.
And that is the armor.
Okay.
The armor is yet
20-sided clock.
another 8-step clock.
I'd go with the Thunderbolt. Come on, roll high. I've already rolled all the shit ones.
You know
got
what?
this.
I'm not going to say armor. I'm going to say here. Let me just delete these other clocks so it's not confusing. This is the tank, and it is going to be an 8-step clock as well. But I need to set it to 0 because you all have made no progress on it.
So I'm picturing that Quint is watching every aspect of the plan has essentially gone to shit.
Plan Z. Let's go.
And his mind is a little bit addled because of the effects of the ritual. I mean, his mind was connected to all these people briefly and then severed in a way to try to fuck them up and did not get a desired result. He's a little dizzy. He is absolutely pissed off at how fucked the situation is right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to shout out, enough with this nonsense. Stop. And he's going to yell, you will submit. And an arc of lightning energy projects from his hand, and he uses it as like a whip, and he like lashes back and forth, and he's just
Nice.
he's in a right now, and he might hurt his friends, but he's aiming to hurt the Rust Brothers, get them the fuck off of us, and stop this motherfucking demon controller from getting on that demon. We're taking this big armored boy out of here. With 2 stress.
That sounds like a skirmish to me. Does
Yeah.
Tempest say that it's a tune specifically? I think you could use a tune, but it's going to have reduced effect. Because a tune is about like attuning to the field of energy and magic. And I think this is beyond that. Like you have summoned it and you are using it as a weapon, not just calling it down like you have before.
Well, that's part of the thing. You push yourself to unleash a stroke of lightning as a weapon.
Oh, that's true.
Tempest.
I'll let you pick.
Get tuned.
I'll let you pick. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm totally using a tune. That is the best.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. You described using it as a whip. If you use skirmish, it'll have great effect, which means a increased result.
Okay.
Ooh, that's spicy.
That is spicy. What'd you say, Eric?
I have no idea how to help you. It's like
I was gonna say I would assist, but you know.
Well, yeah. I mean,
if you can think of a way to assist on this, the only thing I could say is like, do flashbacks give things like flashbacks don't give like bonuses here, right?
you can flashback and do like setup rolls, or have put things in place.
I mean, flashback to we all have like insulated jackets or something. But I mean, I'm currently grounded, so I don't care. Whatever.
Well, I would say I'm assisting already, and I'll give the one stress because I got them in the right spot. They're all in line, right? Like they're all right in front of him. I'll take the stress of being the chance that I'll get electrocuted.
I just rewatched this the scene from Avengers in Infinity War where like they're fighting all the Black Maw, and Thor shows up and Bruce Banner comes out of the Hulkbuster armor and he's like, "You guys are so screwed," as thunder is just and lightning are just coming down. Oh man, that's Jeremiah right now. Okay. Jeremiah's helping. You're pushing yourself to do this, so that's +2 die.
Yeah, and you said skirmish would enhance the effect.
Yeah, this would be great. So this is either risky standard with attune or risky great with skirmish.
Oh, risky.
Oh, how do I help you though? Like that's like the thing. I come running out of the house and
Well, if it's a skirmish, you could help, right?
Jeremiah is already helping, so mechanically you can't benefit from help.
Get a second help. Okay, I understand.
But if you want to characterize yourself helping, that's cool too.
I got something else
Okay.
that I'm gonna come up with.
All right, roll those die, boy. You pick skirmish or attune. We'll let you decide, and let's just double whammy this.
But you said risky. Did you mean desperate, or is it legit risky instead?
It is not desperate for you.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, there is still
Kind of true.
I think the risk of harm to you in this moment, like you're going head to head with them and acting under fire. You have not overreached your capabilities by calling lightning and lashing out at them with it. That's fucking cool. They are not ready to defend against that. So this is risky.
Okay, risky, great.
Yeah.
And 2 bonus dice.
You got this.
Did click skirmish, didn't I?
I don't know.
Find out.
Do it
Find
again.
out.
Skirmish, risky, great. 2. Submit. 4.
That's a 4. Okay. You do it, but there's a
Lord.
consequence. You suffer harm, a complication occurs, you have reduced effect, you end up in a desperate position. So you are lashing out. They all take a 4 on clocks advances them by 2, but you have increased effect here. And I think the complication is that I'm going to counter your increased effect, and like the partial success means your effect is also simultaneously reduced. So you just get standard effect here. So Roos is just like covering for himself. The Rust brothers are like just getting struck. 2 of them go down, and we're left with just 1 Rust brother and a bunch of dazed and confused ones behind the tank. And you're also hitting the tank?
He's pissed off. He's lashing out in front of him. What he hits, he hits.
Okay.
He's trying not to hit his friends.
All right. You strike the tank, and your lightning is surprisingly effective against it. Its chitinous body does not protect it from the shock. This unfortunately makes it afraid, and it's going to start reeling back and beginning to turn away. And we have gone so far over on time, and I want to respect everybody's sleepy times, especially I know Eric is a sleepy bean, much like me right now. So we're going to
leave it on me, on my action as we come back.
Yeah, we'll pick back up next Friday to resolve the tank busters over here. Thank you, everyone.
Friday or Saturday? I think on the poll we did Saturday.
Oh, did we?
We'll be on when we're on next.
Yeah, we'll be on when we're on.
Figure that out.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I don't know if I can do Friday.
Oh yeah, we'll
Good
figure it
call.
out in Discord.
Good
I love
call.
that. I'm gonna leave in the chat a note that we're leaving off on my turn once I set down the
Yep.
cat. But yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you to all of my players for joining me in this wild shenanigans awesomeness of a one-shot. Any plugs before we go?
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Find me here, and thanks, Nick. Appreciate you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed the show, please, follow us on YouTube, subscribe. It really helps. And hang out in the Discord. Let us know what you thought of this wild episode. Great characterization and roleplay, everybody. I've taken a lot of notes on some of those like XP grantors that like you've already done, even during just downtime. So well done. We'll see y'all next time. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care.